Please use the Q&A pod or the chat pod to ask questions of the presenters. Type your questions at the bottom of the pod. Time permitting, your questions will be answered at the end of the session. If you would like to make the presentation slides full screen, click the outward 4-arrow button in the upper right corner of the pod containing the slides. To return to normal view, click the inward 4-arrow button in the upper right corner. Hello, and welcome to our event. We will get started in just a few minutes. Audio for this event is being provided using your computer speakers. Telephone audio is not being provided for this event. Please ensure your speakers are not muted and you have adjusted your volume accordingly. Please use the Q&A pod or the chat pod to ask questions of the presenters. Type your questions at the bottom of the pod. Time permitting, your questions will be answered at the end of the session. If you would like to make the presentation slides full screen, click the outward 4-arrow button in the upper right corner of the pod containing the slides. To return to normal view, click the inward 4-arrow button in the upper right corner. Hello, and welcome to our event. We will get started in just a few minutes. Audio for this event is being provided using your computer speakers. Telephone audio is not being provided for this event. Please ensure your speakers are not muted and you have adjusted your volume accordingly. Please use the Q&A pod or the chat pod to ask questions of the presenters. Type your questions at the bottom of the pod. Time permitting, your questions will be answered at the end of the session. If you would like to make the presentation slides full screen, click the outward 4-arrow button in the upper right corner of the pod containing the slides. To return to normal view, click the inward 4-arrow button in the upper right corner.
Greetings and hello everyone. Thanks for joining us and welcome to REdI Education 2022 Annual Conference. This is day 3 of 5 of our annual conference and also the start of the devices track. I'm Elias Malice, Director of CDRH's Division of Industry and Consumer Education, or DICE, in the Office of Communication and Education. We've got a great lineup of topics in store for you, 12 sessions over the next day and a half. We've divided the track into 2 parts. I'll get into more of that in a little bit. But first, we're going to start off the day with a few administrative notes. The full 5-day conference offers a total of 32.5 continuing education credits in support of RAPS, SOCRA, SQA, and ACRP. Now, this is for attendees who self-identified themselves as healthcare professionals, such as physicians, nurses, and pharmacists, during their registration. You need to attend in real time and through the Adobe Connect platform. Unfortunately, CEs are not provided if you're watching on the YouTube link or if you watch us after the conference ends. All faculty are expected to use generic names. If trade names are used, those of several companies should be used rather than only that of a single company. Speakers are required to disclose to the attendees when products or procedures being discussed are off-label or unlabeled, that is not FDA approved, and any limitations on the presented information. Note, we may reference off-label use of FDA-approved products. We have no disclosures for today's program participants. Now, to obtain CE credit, participants must attest to their attendance and complete the final activity evaluation through the CE portal. That's ceportal.fda.gov by June 24th. Again, June 24th is the deadline. You'll need to complete the faculty evaluation for each day. Each track will have its own survey and evaluation link, and when an attendee completes this evaluation, you can then download a certificate of attendance, and you'll need to do that immediately after you complete the survey. For any pharmacist and pharmacy techs in attendance, please be sure to provide your correct NABP and date of birth information in the required format. Pharmacists should log into the CPE monitor 8 weeks after the last session to ensure that your credit is captured correctly. Okay, to simplify things, we'll be emailing the claim codes each evening of the conference with the survey link, so be on the lookout for that each night. So with that, let's get started. And again, welcome to the Regulatory Education for Industry REdI Device Track, Part 1. This is getting a product to market. I'm sure you're going to be in for a treat for us today. You know, each year, I look for inspiration to help me get to describe the overarching theme of the REdI Device Track, and particularly Part 1. And for this year, I found my inspiration in these 2 photos. Let me explain. On the left, we have an older gentleman. He seems quite happy, sitting in what appears to be a very comfortable chair with a big smile on his face. On the right, we see the sparkling eyes and face of a very young baby, looking up at something or someone making her smile. Well, these 2 individuals have a couple of things in common. Number 1, I have a personal connection to each. The older gentleman happens to be my father, and this delightful child is the daughter of a friend of mine. And number 2, they share a very special day. On the day that this little girl came into the world, my family and I bid farewell to my dad as we buried him. This was a remarkably bittersweet day for me, and saying hello to one person and goodbye to another. And it got me to think about how our lives are a circle. The circle of life. I reflected on Dad and all of those years that his life was made better from medicine, medical products, and of course, many medical devices. And all of these things help to monitor his health, diagnose his diseases, and provide therapeutics to treat his ailments. Over the course of his long life, Dad's quality of life was improved by many medical products. And for this little girl, the best is yet to come. Her life is just starting, and the world is in front of her. May she grow strong and healthy knowing that, just like Dad, medical products may be there when she needs them. And when we think about the longevity of these two individuals, which could easily span over 180 years, it's awe-inspiring to think about how far medicine has come and where it may go into the future. Now, this happens to be my story, but I know full well that each of us has our own story, perhaps something quite similar to this. And if we extend our metaphor of the circle to that of a medical device, well, now that's where you come in, and that's why you're attending this conference. This REdI track focuses on getting a new medical device to market. This is an iterative process that involves discovery, innovation, trial and error, and advancement, where devices develop from one generation to the next, just like this little girl and dear old Dad. And so with this in mind, let's review the sessions that compose the REdI device track part 1, getting a product to market. Our first session is navigating the medical device regulatory framework, utilizing CDRH resources, presented by Kim Piermatio. We always like to start our program with a solid foundation, so Kim will give her take on your steps to getting a new device to market. Session 2 is chemical characterization of non-targeted analysis of medical device extracts, presented by Dr. Burke Oakton. Just like medical devices, at a micro level, the materials themselves that make up these products may also evolve over time, whether they be polymers, metals, or other composites. And in this presentation, we'll learn more about how to characterize these materials and as they relate to the impact of biocompatibility on patients. REdI Ruabi will deliver our third session of the day, titled Introduction to the Breakthrough Devices and Safer Technologies Program. We're excited to share one of the emerging regulatory programs that helps to foster medical devices and intended uses in spaces that evolve and expand beyond existing medical products. Session 4 is CDRH Health of Women Program, The Science of Sex and Gender, delivered by Dr. Terry Cornelissen. Medical devices historically were commonly developed in a one-size-fits-all model. Now, as you'll learn in this session, we recognize the need to evolve and customize medical devices based on the unique needs of the individual and various subgroups. And here we'll learn about a new strategic program at CDRH that addresses these needs. You are in for a treat for this session. Our fifth session is presented by Melissa Hall, 510K submission types and reasons for conversion. In this session, we're going to take a closer look at the 510K program, the most prolific regulatory type of submission to get a new device onto the market. As products evolve from existing ones to new ones, you have some choices to make to guide you to the most suitable type of 510K to facilitate getting your product into the hands of the public. In our final session, session 6, eStar CDRH's PDF template for pre-market submissions, presented by Dr. Lily Duwan. Just like you innovate your medical devices, we can do that too at the FDA. In this case, we're innovating with technology and how we interact with you and the platforms through which you gather your data and assemble your regulatory submissions. So on this slide, we can see the complete agenda for part 1 at a glance. As we work our way from top to bottom, we'll have 2 sessions, then we'll take a break, continue with our next 2 sessions, take another break, and then we'll come back for the last 2 sessions of part 1. But wait, there's more. Once we're done with part 1, we have more exciting topics to continue this information-packed day. Please come back for the start of part 2. This part 2 will focus on the theme of keeping quality devices on the market. I'll be serving as your moderator for part 1, so you'll be hearing a lot of my voice today. I also wanted to acknowledge Donna Headley, who is the program director for part 1, who has designed all the topics and assembled all of our speakers for this session. Our kudos and appreciation to Donna for all of her tireless work. Donna will also serve as our online moderator, fielding your questions and answers and following them to myself and to our presenters so we can be interacting with you during the day. Again, you're going to hear my voice a lot during the day, as well as from our CDRH faculty, but it takes a vast community of contributors to make the REdI program a success. You won't hear their voices, but I wanted to acknowledge and celebrate a few key contributors from throughout the center who helped us all behind the scenes. Executive leadership support, content development, communication product rollouts, and video production. Thank you all so much. Without you, we could not do this program. And a very few special folks to thank as well. Brenda Stoddard. It is an understatement to say that without her, without you, my dear friend, REdI would not happen. Larissa Lepteva. It has been such a delight to expand the REdI family to include CBER for the last couple of years. And Larissa's leadership has been so key to this success. And finally, Jeff Kelly and his team. His crew is working diligently behind the scenes to make us all look and sound so polished. And most of all, I thank you, our audience, our global audience, for taking the time out to spend this time with us. You make REdI such a success. Through your participation each year, all of these 11 years, your questions and interactions during the days. We appreciate you have a choice in how you devote your workday. So I'd like to thank you for choosing to spend this week with us. For the devices track, we have a specific program format that we'll follow to help us keep aligned. Each presentation will run about 25 minutes. And after that, we'll have live question and answers for about 15 minutes. This is your session. Please ask your questions. We will also have feature learning objectives at the beginning of each session, and then a few knowledge checks to help you kind of check your information as we provide you with the material. And finally, we'll conclude with your call to action after each presentation. Some of our content builds upon foundations, and in order to do that, we encouraged you to review some of these resources and links prior to these sessions. So if you had a chance to do that, that's great. If not, please, we encourage you to do this afterwards. And finally, we are the FDA and the government. We are really accustomed to our acronyms. Here are the acronyms of the CDRH offices from whom you'll be hearing presenters from part one. The link at the bottom of this slide shows a video that was produced recently that shows the overall CDRH structure. So if you're interested in learning about the structure of the center, please check this out. So and finally, I'd like to leave you with your first call to action. 1, please enjoy the program, interact with us, and learn a lot. 2, ask us your questions. This is our program for you. This is your program. Number 3, we are going to share with you a lot of resources. Please take advantage of all of the resources that you learned today. Keep them handy for when you need them later on. And 4th, please give us feedback on what you need. Your feedback is very critical in helping us design our future programs, next year's REdI track that we're already thinking about. So please give us your feedback. Please complete the surveys. So as we come full circle on this introduction, I leave you with this photo of this beautiful little baby. It's very possible that your attendance at this week's conference will lead to some device innovations in the near future, and then future generations of devices that one day may benefit newborn babies for years to come over their lifetime. And for this, I thank you for attending our program and for your important public health role in advancing the health for all of us, both today and in the future. Thank you for attending. And so with that, it is time to get started with our first presentation of the day, Navigating the Medical Device Regulatory Framework Utilizing CDRH Resources. It's my honor to present you to our first faculty of the day, Commander Kim Permatio. Kim is a commander in the United States Public Health Service. She is the Education Program Administrator for the Division of Industry and Consumer Education. In this role, she leads and directs the CDRH external webinar program and other educational programs. If you're interested in hearing more about Kim and from Kim, check her out next week when she's running a webinar on cybersecurity, the draft guidance on this topic. Kim has been at FDA in various roles, a number of roles across the center since 2006, spanning across the total product lifecycle, pre-market review, post-market adverse event analysis, and compliance. Kim has a Bachelor of Science in Engineering and minors in Bioengineering Mathematics from the Pennsylvania State University, Penn State, as well as a Master of Health Administration from the University of Maryland. So with that, it's my pleasure to introduce you to our first topic of the day, Navigating the Medical Device Regulatory Framework Utilizing CDRH Resources by Commander Kim Piermatio.
Hello, everyone. It is my pleasure to speak with you about navigating the medical device regulatory framework utilizing currently available CDRH resources. Navigating the medical device regulatory framework can be tricky or even puzzling, and you may not know which path to take to even get started. By the end of my presentation today, I hope to remove some of the unknown for you and provide you with a clear path to understanding the FDA's medical device regulatory framework. I'm going to walk you through what I consider the basics and provide you with what I believe are some need-to-know resources available to assist you along the way. Our learning objectives for today are: 1. Discuss key medical device legislation and the organization of CDRH. 2. Define what a medical device is, as well as a radiation-emitting product. 3. Identify the main steps to market a new medical device in the United States. And lastly, 4. Discuss additional need-to-know resources that are available to you. Before I begin, I do want to let you know throughout my presentation I have included hyperlinks to the resources I mentioned. The full URLs for these resources are included on the resources slides at the end of the presentation. All right, let's begin with discussing some key legislation and CDRH's organization. On this slide, I will discuss key legislation that gives FDA and CDRH our authority to regulate medical devices. Foremost, in 1938, Congress passed the Federal Food, Drug, and Cosmetic Act, which is also referred to as the FD&C Act, and this act completely overhauled the public health system. FDA's legal authority to regulate both medical devices and electronic radiation-emitting products is the FD&C Act. The FD&C Act contains provisions, that is, regulatory requirements, that define FDA's level of control over these products. It wasn't until 1976, under the Medical Device Amendments, that the FD&C Act was applied to medical devices. Then, in 2002, the Medical Device User Fee and Modernization Act, or MDUFMA, was signed into law, amending the FD&C Act to provide FDA new responsibilities, resources, and challenges. Two important features of MDUFMA are: 1, the authorization of device user fees for medical device pre-market applications, and 2, the establishment of performance goals for many types of pre-market reviews. Device user fees are renegotiated every 5 years. User fees were renewed in 2007 under the Medical Device User Fee Amendments, or MDUFA II, then renewed again in 2012 under MDUFA III, and renewed in 2017 under MDUFA IV. We are currently awaiting congressional approval of MDUFA V to be implemented in the fiscal year 2023, which begins October 1st of 2022. It is important to keep in mind user fees are not just about paying the FDA. These fees help the FDA increase the efficiency of our regulatory processes with a goal of reducing the time it takes to bring safe and effective medical devices to the market. You may review the MDUFA V webpage, which is linked on this slide, to find out about future public meetings, review previous meetings, or view the MDUFA 5 commitment letter. I also encourage you to become familiar with this need-to-know resource, MDUFA Reports. FDA provides annual and quarterly reports on its progress towards meeting performance goals and commitments set under MDUFA to its stakeholders and Congress. FDA also provides an annual financial report to Congress to help ensure transparency and accountability of its use of the additional resources provided by MDUFA. You may review these reports by accessing the link provided at the bottom of this slide. I often get questions about what is a regulation, is that law, or what is the difference between the law and the regulations. So I'd like to shed some light on the differences between the United States Code, or USC, the FD&C Act, and the Code of Federal Regulations, or what is often referred to as the CFR. The FD&C Act can be found in the United States Code, which contains all general and permanent U.S. laws beginning at 21 U.S.C. 301. To fulfill the provisions of the FD&C Act that apply to medical devices and radiation-emitting products, FDA develops, publishes, and implements regulations. FDA follows the procedures required by the Administrative Procedure Act, another law, to issue FDA regulations. This typically involves a process known as notice and comment rulemaking that allows for public input on a proposed regulation before FDA issues a final regulation. FDA regulations are also federal laws, but they are not part of the FD&C Act. FDA regulations can be found in Title 21 of the Code of Federal Regulations, or CFR. The regulations that apply to medical devices are found in 21 CFR, Parts 800 to 1299. Parts 800 to 861 mostly address broad regulations that apply to most types of devices, and Parts 862 to 892 address device-specific requirements. The Federal Register, or FR, is the official daily publication for rules, proposed rules, and notices of federal agencies and organizations, as well as executive orders and other presidential documents. Proposed rules are initially published in the FR for public comment and subsequently published in the CFR after the rule is final. Final regulations published in the FR are subsequently placed or codified into the printed edition of the CFR on an annual basis. I have listed several need-to-know resources on this slide, specifically the U.S. Code, our public CFR Title 21 database, which is updated once a year, the Electronic Code of Federal Regulations, or ECFR, which provides the most up-to-date version of CFR Title 21. And lastly, you can find recently Federal Register publications on the regulations.gov webpage listed here. Now let's discuss CDRH. CDRH is one of 6 product centers within FDA. CDRH's mission is to assure patients and providers have timely and continued access to safe, effective, and high-quality medical devices and safe radiation-emitting products. To provide consumers, patients, caregivers, and providers with understandable and accessible science-based information about the products we regulate. And facilitate medical device innovation by advancing regulatory science, providing industry with predictable, consistent, transparent, and efficient regulatory pathways, and assuring consumer confidence in devices marketed in the United States. Within CDRH, there are 7 offices: the Office of the Center Director, Office of Communication and Education, Office of Management, Office of Policy, Office of Product Evaluation and Quality, Office of Science and Engineering Laboratories, and the Office of Strategic Partnerships and Technology Innovation. When bringing a new medical device to market, it is likely you will interact mostly with the Office of Product Evaluation and Quality, or OPEQ. I'd like to highlight one recent update to OPEQ's organization. OPEQ now has 8 offices of health technology, or OHTs. In early May of this year, OHT 7 split into 2 offices. OHT 7's product area is now just in vitro diagnostics, and the new OHT 8 is for radiological health products. It is important to note this change does not impact device review from the stakeholder's perspective. This was an internal organizational change. So what resource do I want you to know regarding CDRH's organization? I want you to become familiar with the CDRH Management Directory linked on this slide. On this slide, I have included a few resources which are valuable when it comes to staying up to date with device news and information. Foremost, if you haven't already bookmarked the FDA's medical device homepage, please do so. This web page does have a section titled Medical Device Updates, and it is updated frequently with current issues or events. Secondly, via this next link, you can subscribe to FDA email notifications for a variety of topics all across the agency and a variety of products, and you can update your subscriptions at any time. A more direct way to sign up for CDRH email distribution list specifically is to go to the third bullet and subscribe to however many you want. These subscriptions are the same ones that you can sign up for via the FDA link, but this page focuses specifically on the CDRH lists. My personal favorite CDRH email list is CDRH New, as it provides a daily email or digest of the previous business day's new additions and updates to CDRH web pages. If you don't want to subscribe, you can always access the link on this slide to text search the recent updates provided in reverse chronological order. All right, now let's get into some definitions. The FDA considers a product to be a device and subject to FDA regulation if it meets the definition of a medical device per Section 201H of the FD&C Act, which states a device is an instrument, apparatus, implement, machine, contrivance, implant, in vitro reagent, or other similar or related article, including a component, part, or accessory, which is intended for use in the diagnosis of disease or other conditions, or in the cure, mitigation, treatment, or prevention of disease in man or other animals, or intended to affect the structure or any function of the body of man or other animals, and which does not achieve its primary intended purposes through chemical action within or on the body of man or other animals, and which is not dependent upon being metabolized for the achievement of its primary intended purposes. The term device does not include software functions excluded pursuant to Section 520(0). On this slide, I have provided a link to the U.S. Code and medical device definition. I have also included links to our device advice webpage on how to determine if your product is a medical device, as well as a CDRH Learn module on determining if your product is a medical device. If you are not sure if your proposed product meets the definition of a medical device, I highly encourage you to review these two resources. They provide excellent information and steps and methods to follow to assist you in making this determination. I'd also like to define what an in vitro diagnostic, or IVD, is, since IVDs are regulated as medical devices. IVDs are reagents, instruments, and systems intended for use in the diagnosis of disease or other conditions. They are used to collect, prepare, and examine specimens taken from the human body, and can be used in a laboratory, health professional setting, or at home. Two examples of IVDs are home pregnancy tests and glucose test strips. If you have an IVD, I highly encourage you to become familiar with the In Vitro Diagnostics homepage, which I have linked on this slide. Now let's define what a radiation-emitting product is. Lowell is going to be discussing these in more detail later today, but I feel it is good repetition as sometimes stakeholders forget that a product may be both a medical device and a radiation-emitting product. Section 531 of the FD&C Act defines an electronic product as a product which, when in operation, 1, contains or acts as part of an electronic circuit, and 2, emits electronic product radiation. Most radiation-emitting products are not medical devices. However, some radiation-emitting products with medical applications and claims meet the definition of a medical device. A few examples of radiation-emitting products are diagnostic ultrasounds, X-rays, and medical lasers. If you have a radiation-emitting product, there are two valuable resources available, and they are the Radiation-Emitting Products Industry Assistance Walkthrough and the Getting a Radiation-Emitting Product to Market FAQs. I often refer stakeholders to these resources listed on this slide. We have covered a lot of information and resources so far, so let's take a minute to do a quick knowledge check. The question I pose to you is this: true, false, or it depends? A radiation-emitting product must only comply with the radiation safety regulations. The answer is it depends. As I mentioned previously, a product may be a medical device and an electronic radiation-emitting product, and therefore must comply with both the medical device regulations and the electronic radiation-emitting product requirements. However, if the radiation-emitting product does not have a medical application and does not make any medical claims, then it would only have to comply with the radiation safety regulations. Next, let's talk about bringing a new medical device to market and what general steps should be followed. My all-time personal favorite resource to refer stakeholders to is our How to Study and Market Your Device webpage. Many of us in DICE had a hand in redesigning this webpage, and we wanted to make it the most useful and comprehensive webpage. On this webpage, it outlines the 4 main steps for bringing a new medical device to market. They are: 1. Classify your device and understand applicable regulatory controls. 2. Select and prepare the correct pre-market submission. 3. Send your pre-market submission to the FDA. And 4. Comply with applicable regulatory controls, including establishment, registration, and device listing. Within each step, there are links to additional resources. If you have not familiarized yourself with this webpage, please do so. This webpage is extremely beneficial for stakeholders who are new to medical device regulations and would like to bring a new device to market. It provides a high-level overview and puts different aspects of bringing a new medical device to market in perspective. One aspect of medical device regulations that I find can always use further clarification for stakeholders is classification and the level of regulatory control and pre-market submission type. I'm going to walk you through a diagram which I hope provides some clarification. Medical devices may be Class 1, Class 2, or Class 3. The potential risk of each class increases from Class 1 to 3. Class 1 devices present minimal potential for harm. Class 2 devices are higher risk than Class 1, and Class 3 devices are the highest level of risk as they sustain or support life, are implanted, or present potential unreasonable risk of illness or injury. The level of regulatory control is based on the level of risk and ensures the appropriate level of regulatory oversight. The level of regulatory control increases as the risk of the device increases. Regulatory controls may be general, special, and pre-market approval. General controls apply to all medical devices, Class 1, Class 2, and Class 3, unless exempted by regulation. Some examples include registration and manufacturing facilities, listing of device types, compliance with quality systems, compliance with medical device labeling requirements, and pre-market notification or 510K. Special controls apply when general controls are insufficient for Class 2 devices. Some examples include special labeling requirements, mandatory performance standards, post-market surveillance, and pre-market data requirements. Pre-market approval, or PMA, is the pathway for marketing the highest risk devices, which are Class 3. For a PMA, one must demonstrate reasonable assurance of safety and effectiveness. Next on this slide, I want to show you that Class 1 devices may be 510K exempt, which means they do not require 510K clearance prior to marketing as long as they do not trip the limitations of the exemption, or they may require 510K clearance. Class 2 devices may also be 510K exempt or typically require 510K clearance. As I mentioned, Class 3 devices require pre-market approval or PMA. The information presented on this diagram has been simplified, but I hope it provides you with a quick visual aid to understanding device class, level of risk, regulatory controls, and applicable submission types. On this slide, I have included what I think are 5 important resources when it comes to understanding device classification and regulatory controls. Specifically, though, I want to take a minute to discuss the last one, the Product Classification Database. If you have ever heard me talk or watched one of my CDRH Learn modules, you know I strongly encourage everyone to become familiar with our public product classification database, referenced on this slide. This database is an invaluable resource for both beginning device developers to manufacturers who already have devices on the market. The search results that you can obtain from this database will tell you a device's class, the applicable regulation number, the FDA product code, which are the 3-letter codes used by FDA to identify and track similar medical devices, and product codes are also needed for things like device listing. As well as this database tells you what the applicable submission type is, such as if the device is 510K exempt or not. Now, I do feel the database takes some time to get used to, so I encourage everyone when searching in this database to utilize the quick search feature circled in red on this slide. When using the quick search feature, I recommend you keep your searches broad so you can review as many potentially relevant product classifications to identify the one most applicable for your proposed device. On this slide, I would like to share with you some important resources when it comes to pre-market submissions. The first is a new, recently created web page titled Pre-Market Submissions, Selecting and Preparing the Correct Submission. This web page focuses on steps 2 and 3 of the overall steps provided on the How to Study and Market Your Device web page. It includes links to each pre-market submission type, how to prepare, send, and track your pre-market submission as well. Next, it's always good practice to search our guidance documents database for applicable general and device-specific FDA guidance documents. Particularly, the Q submission program guidance is extremely valuable and offers stakeholders the opportunity to request feedback from the FDA prior to submitting their pre-market application. Stakeholders should also be aware and check, if applicable, for any Class 2 special controls documents, as well as if there are any FDA-recognized consensus standards applicable to their device. Lastly, on this slide, I mentioned CDRH FOIA, or Freedom of Information Act, because yes, there is information publicly available when a device receives marketing clearance or approval. However, it is limited. So I encourage stakeholders to consider submitting a FOIA request if they wish to learn more about their predicate device if they are preparing a 510K. A tip that I want to make sure you all know is that once a FOIA request for a 510K has been completed, a redacted 510K is released to the public via the 510K pre-market notification database shown on this slide. You can search for already redacted versions of 510Ks by checking the box highlighted on this slide. If you are considering submitting a FOIA request for a 510K, I encourage you to search here first prior to submitting your request. All right, let's talk about a few more resources related to pre-market submissions. The first resource listed is essential. When preparing any pre-market submission, it is good to know where you can go to search for and download any FDA form. In particular, this is where you can go and download Form FDA 3514, which is the CDRH pre-market review submission cover sheet, and this form is recommended for all pre-market submissions to CDRH. Next, I've included a link to the eCopy program, which provides details on preparing a valid eCopy, and then a link to the voluntary eStart program, which Lily will talk about in detail later today. And the next two resources are medical device user fees and the small business determination program, which if you qualify as a small business, you are eligible for a reduced user fee for pre-market submissions. It is important to note you must obtain your small business determination number first prior to submitting your pre-market submission to the FDA to pay the reduced fee. And also, there is no reduced small business fee for establishment registration. The last resource provided on this slide is a recently created progress tracker, which is a secure, web-based tracker displaying CDRH's progress in reviewing 510K submissions. The last step on How to Study and Market Your Device webpage talks about complying with other applicable regulatory controls. On this slide, I've included a link to our post-market requirements webpage, which includes links to a variety of post-market regulatory requirements, such as the ones I've also listed here on this slide, like establishment registration and device listing, compliance with the quality system regulation, medical device reporting, or MDRs, and medical device tracking. Continued compliance is important. I sometimes talk to stakeholders who think that once they obtain their 510K clearance, they are good to go. But obtaining 510K clearance is just one step, one regulatory requirement. There are many other regulatory requirements that medical devices have to comply with to remain legally marketed in the United States. Let's take a minute to do another knowledge check. The question I pose to you is, should I register my device when I submit my 510K? The answer choices are yes, no, or it depends. The answer is no. Please note this difference. You do not register your device, you list your device under your establishment's registration. Additionally, you cannot list your device at the same time you submit your 510K because you need to have a valid 510K clearance number to create a device listing. Stay tuned for more information as Edward will be presenting on registration listing requirements later today. To wrap up this presentation, I'm going to discuss with you a few remaining resources I think you should know. The first is device advice. Many of the resources I have already provided you fall under device advice. Device advice really does provide you with comprehensive regulatory assistance accessible via the web as written content on over 300 pages spanning over 30 regulatory categories. Next is CDRH Learn. CDRH Learn offers over 200 multimedia video modules covering a variety of topics. If you prefer to learn by watching or listening to a presentation, then CDRH Learn should be your go-to resource for regulatory assistance. Lastly, if you have a question and want to speak with someone, or if you cannot find the information you are looking for, consider contacting our division, the Division of Industry and Consumer Education, or DICE. Phones are typically available Monday through Friday, 9 a.m. to 12:30 p.m., and then 1 to 4:30 p.m. Eastern Time. Or you may email us at dice@fda.hhs.gov, and we will try to provide you a response within 2 business days. As I mentioned earlier, the full URLs for the resources provided throughout this presentation are provided on the next several slides, which I will click through quickly. All right, to wrap up my presentation, I'd like to summarize what we have covered. We discussed key legislation that ensures stakeholders have access to safe, effective, and high-quality medical devices. We discussed how the risk of a device determines the extent or level of regulatory control. We identified the 4 main steps for bringing a new medical device to market. And lastly, we identified numerous resources throughout to help you navigate the medical device regulatory framework. Thank you for your time and attention. I hope you enjoyed this presentation. And now let's take some of your questions.
All right, Kim, thank you so much for a great way to kick off our part 1 of our session. Let's now get to all of the questions and answers that we can get to for the segment. First, a shout out to everybody. You've submitted a lot of questions. We're going to try to get through as many as we can, but keep those questions coming, and we will also keep track of them after this conference ends. So please share with us your questions. So to welcome Kim, let's start off with our first question from our audience. Question number 1. Do I have to apply for a small business number each time I submit a 510K?
Good morning, everyone. Thanks, Elias. Thanks for that question. No, you do not have to submit a new small business determination request for each 510K that you have. Your small business determination number is valid for the entire fiscal year in which it's granted, and it can be used for each pre-market submission submitted to CDRH during that same fiscal year. Just remember, as I mentioned earlier, if you qualify as a small business, please be sure to submit and get your small business determination number first before you submit your 510K to pay that reduced user fee.
Thank you, Kim. We have a couple of questions related to guidance documents, so we'll tackle them one at a time. So for our first question, where can I find information for planned publications of CDRH guidances?
Okay, so thanks for that question. I believe when you mean planned publications, you mean like upcoming guidance documents. So we do have a webpage on CDRH proposed guidance development. That's where you can find out about proposed guidance documents for that fiscal year and their prioritization, or what we refer to as our A and B lists. So I would encourage you to search for, I think the title is CDRH Proposed Guidance Development, and it should come up as one of your first search results.
Thank you, Kim. And then the other question related to guidance is, what if I can't find any FDA guidances that are specific to my device? How would I then know what performance testing is needed to conduct?
Okay, thanks for that question. So that may be. So there, as I think I mentioned, guidance documents can be device specific or they can be cross-cutting. So you can search for applicable FDA guidance documents or recognized consensus standards, and you can see if there is one that's applicable specific for your device, or if there's one like biocompatibility, for example. There's a guidance document on biocompatibility that applies to like all medical devices. So that one could help you come up with some testing. Or I also encourage you to look at your predicate device if you have a 510K. And you can look at what information is available as to what testing they completed to support their substantial equivalence determination. Again, you can submit a FOIA request to get a redacted version of that 510K to get some more information. Or if you get kind of stuck, or you have an idea or plans of what you want to do for your performance testing, you can consider requesting feedback from the FDA through that pre-submission program or Q-Sub. That's a great way for you to discuss your proposed performance testing with the FDA prior to you submitting your pre-market submission. So definitely consider that.
Thank you, Kim. That's definitely some great advice. Earlier in your presentation, you shared with us the definition of a device. So we had a few questions related to a part of this. So this question, can you clarify which software functions are excluded pursuant to Section 520.0?
Great question. So there is a guidance document I would refer you to for sure. I believe it came out in 2019, September, 2019, regarding those changes to the medical software policies resulting from the Cures Act. But the excluded software functions really are the ones that are for administrative support for a healthcare facility, as well as software functions that are excluded is for maintaining or encouraging healthy lifestyles that are unrelated to the diagnosis, cure, mitigation, prevention, or treatment of disease or condition, as well as electronic patient records, and I believe those softwares for transferring, storing, converting, displaying, basically data. Those are all excluded, but definitely refer to that guidance document for details on those exclusions.
All right, thank you, Kim. In your presentation, what I loved about it is you had a lot of need-to-knows, tips for us, including resources and the resources and databases. So to that end, our next question, I often have trouble determining the correct name of the device to search on the product classification database. Where is the best place to find the correct device name that I'm searching for? And do you have any tips on using the database successfully?
Great question. So again, I love the product classification database, as you've heard, but I also, there are a lot of other public databases, right? So there is a public registration listing database. So what I always like to do is, if you have a hard time finding the correct name, I would definitely first go to who you know is the manufacturer of that device. See how they actually have it listed, trademarked, whatever. Once you know that, then you can go into our public establishment registration and device listing database. From there, you can also, there is an advanced search as well as a quick search, and you can search for that name. Again, keep it broad, keep it simple, and see if you can find that device name under a registration. And actually, once they list the device, if you're able to find it, it actually will link to, it will list what the product classification is, or the 3-letter product code. So you can search for a company through the public registration listing database, or you can search for the device name and then kind of cross-check that back with the product classification database. That's what I would recommend that you do first. See if you can find out what you're looking for from there.
All right, thank you, Kim. For our next question, I'm going to go out on a limb to say this is probably one of the most popular questions that our Division of Industry and Consumer Education receives. Smiling about this one, so thank you for submitting it. So this question, when finding a predicate, sometimes the registration and listing database does not have a 510K summary linked. Where can I find this 510K summary? And if it's not available, how do I find a copy?
That definitely is one of the most received questions we get. So I'd like to clarify for everyone that within the public 510K clearance database, just keep in mind, it is updated weekly. So weekly on Sunday nights, it will post the next Monday any clearances that were issued for the previous week. However, because there's more in-depth review to make sure that it's posted correctly, the substantial equivalence documentation, that includes the SE letter, the substantial equivalence letter, the 510K summary, and the indications for use statement, they're only updated or uploaded once a month to the public database. That's typically around the 20th of the month. So keep in mind, if something was cleared, before the 20th of the month, it won't get posted. That 510K summary won't be available until then. So keep that in mind if it is a current 510K. If it is an older 510K, I believe, I want to say past 2007, then those you would have to go through FOIA, or if it's extremely older, then you would definitely want to go through FOIA to get that redacted version of that 510K. But most of the time, people are looking for the more current ones because that's what we encourage and recommend, that you select more current 510Ks as your predicate. Just make sure you wait until at least the 20th of the month to see if it posts. So, thanks.
Thank you, Kim. I know we're running short on time with the session. I'm going to try to sneak in 2 questions before we wrap up. So the first one, does an ID application have a user fee associated with it?
No, an IDE or investigational device exemption does not have a user fee associated with that.
All right, thank you. The next question, you mentioned Freedom of Information, FOIA. Can you briefly explain what is a FOIA redacted 510K?
Okay, so when you submit a FOIA request, there's certain information that can be disclosed publicly, unless it's determined by FDA to be a trade secret or confidential commercial or financial information within the meaning of 21 CFR 20.61. I know that because that's a very common regulation that I refer people. So unless it's otherwise prohibited, it will be provided in a FOIA redacted version of a 510K. If it's hard to say what exactly you will get in a redacted 510K, so what I would encourage you to do is, like I showed in my presentation, go back to the 510K clearance database, click on that redacted version. You can put in a particular product code to see if there's any that have already been redacted, and then you will start to see what information you can get through a FOIA request. I would encourage you to do that just so you can see what they look like, but also to see if it's even going to be beneficial for you, because it depends on the size of the submission as to how long and how much a FOIA request is going to cost. So keep that in mind as well.
All right. Thank you, Kim. That will be the last question for you for our session. Thank you for getting through as many as we could. You covered a lot of great foundational information for us and for our audience to set the stage for the rest of part 1. So my thanks to you. So with that, I'd love to turn it over to you for your final thoughts and your call to action for our audience today.
Thanks, Elias, and just thanks everyone for attending. I hope you enjoy the rest of the talks today with my colleagues. Great day for you today. I just want to say it's important to know the basics of medical device regulations so that you know where to even start. But it's equally important to know where to go to find the information. So we don't have to be experts, but if you know where to get the information, that's great. So get in the know with the need-to-know resources I provided you throughout this presentation to help you navigate the medical device regulatory framework. Take care.
Thank you, Kim. Thank you, everyone, for joining us. Thank you for all your questions. Let's now continue our morning with session 2 on chemical characterization and non-targeted analysis of medical device extracts. So now that we've laid a foundation with Kim, we're going to probably get into a pretty technical subtopic that's very prolific when it comes to medical device submissions. And as I noted at the intro, at our core, devices are composed of core materials, and these materials may evolve over time. And so it's important to understand when we're making modifications or differences to understand the impact on patient safety and health and biocompatibility. And so with that, it's really my pleasure to present to you Dr. Burke Oaktem, who will present his perspective on this important topic. Dr. Oaktem is a chemist in the Division of Biology, Chemistry, and Materials Science in our Office of Science and Engineering Laboratories, OSEL. Dr. Oaktem is a technical expert who conducts pre-market reviews and conducts regulatory science research focused on extractables, leachables analysis, polymer degradation, and proteomics. Dr. Oaktem has a PhD in analytical chemistry from the University of Delaware and has completed a postdoctoral research at Johns Hopkins University School of Medicine involving mass spectrometry-based analysis of microorganisms and biological macromolecules. So with that, it's my honor to present you to Dr. Oaktem. Thank you.
Thank you very much for the introduction. I would like to discuss about one of the emerging issues in medical device regulatory landscape. The title may sound very technical, but let's start from an overview and go from there. When we talk about medical devices, we cover a variety of devices with different purposes. The first that comes to my mind is orthopedic devices, such as a hip or knee implants. Also comes to mind are cardiovascular devices, such as stents. However, the field includes dental, general hospital, surgical, ophthalmic and ENT, reproductive, gastro-renal and urological, as well as neurological devices. Our learning objectives of the day are to define the purpose of chemical characterization of medical devices, identify how chemical analysis of medical devices is performed, and finally discuss the information obtained by chemical analysis. Now let's proceed with the purpose of chemical characterization. As we discussed earlier, there are many different types of medical devices, and many of the devices are made of biomaterials, which are essentially materials made to be in contact with living tissues, organisms, or microorganisms. As an example, let's consider a cystometry catheter. This is partly made of Pebax elastomers, which are block copolymers made up of rigid polyamide blocks and soft polyether blocks. Now let's consider a hip prosthesis, where the acetabular cup is made of ultra-high molecular weight polyethylene, but also has metallic components made of cobalt, chrome, zirconia, alumina. We can also think about a vascular stent, which may be made of polyl-lactic acid. These may be even drug-eluting. Now, some of you have heard the term medical grade. What does it mean? Unfortunately, there is no standard definition for a medical grade material. It can refer to materials designed to make medical products, or the facility that makes these materials has exceeded quality and safety requirements for designing, producing, installing, and serving of medical devices, or the materials tested for biocompatibility and are appropriate to be used for medical applications. However, as you can see, these are somewhat vague definitions. Therefore, the recommendation is always verify why someone calls a product medical grade. I should also mention that the agency does not clear or approve individual materials that are used in the fabrication of medical devices. Now, where does this quoted statement come from? The statement comes from this document. The title of the guidance is Use of ISO 1093-1, Guidance for Industry and FDA Staff. Well, the full title is on the screen. It's a 68-page document. You could see the cover picture of the guidance. The web link is listed here at the bottom of the slide. It is the main document on describing the agency's approach on biocompatibility. I wish I could say it is all you need, but I think it's a great place to start. As apparent in the slide, the guidance document is about use of ISO 1093-1 standard. Therefore, the original ISO 1093-1 is also an important document. But our main subject today is the Part 18 of the ISO 1093 standard. This is published in 2020 and recently amended in May 2022. Its title is Chemical Characterization of Medical Device Materials within a Risk Management Process. Other relevant and important standard is ISO 1093-12, which is published in 2021, which is about sample preparation and reference materials. Why do I talk about these? In the biocompatibility and specifically in the field of chemical characterization, we refer to them a lot. Coming back to the BioComp guidance, what does it say about chemical characterization and chemical analysis? I will bring this to your attention because it tells you why it is being done in a nutshell. First, potential risks from a biocompatibility perspective should be identified. That's on page 9. In the same page, address the knowledge gaps either by biocompatibility testing or other evaluations that appropriately address the risks. And a couple of pages later, in section 3B, the guidance document states, chemical analyses can be used to assess the toxicological risk of the chemicals that elute from the devices. So, what do the chemist who is tasked about chemical analysis need to do? The chemists just take your medical device and go to the lab, and they try to best to hammer it chemically. Which brings us to definitions. An extractable, as defined in ISO 1093-18, is a substance that is released from a medical device or material of construction when the medical device or material is extracted using laboratory extraction conditions and vehicles. A leachable is a substance that is released from a medical device or material during its clinical use. These are definitions to keep in mind, since a lot of the times they get mixed up or misunderstood. One more thing to clarify is the space of extractables and the space of leachables may be overlapping a great deal. However, it's not always the case. Now, where do they matter? Some of you may be more familiar with drug products, but here's a small comparison. For example, the container of a drug product, the contact between a drug product and the container happens until its expiration date. However, medical devices may contact with the body for a long time, even lifetime. Similarly, dose for products may be single, multiple, or repeated, whereas for medical devices, the dose is a little bit more complicated. It can be intermittent or continuous repeated use. Finally, impurities identification for a drug product is about the leachables delivered with the drug product. Whereas for medical devices, extractables released from the device component that contacts the body indirectly or directly are considered. Now that brings us to our first knowledge check. True or false? A medical grade biomaterial is an FDA approved material used in the fabrication of medical devices. True or false? I hope you all picked false because, as stated earlier, the agency does not clear or approve individual materials that are used in the fabrication of medical devices, as stated in the FDA biocompatibility guidance. Now, let's discuss how is chemical characterization of medical devices performed. It starts with information gathering and extraction. Then goes the chemical analysis, which we'll cover in a bit more detail. Then the data needs to be processed and followed by interpretation of it. Finally, you will get an extractables report to inform toxicologists who will perform risk assessment per ISO 1093-Part 17. I would like to bring to your attention our review paper here. We discuss all these steps in great detail and cited 252 publications to explain. The information gathering step, the first step, we will not discuss much here because it is discussed in a great deal in the paper. So I will proceed with extraction. There are a few definitions to clarify about extraction. Extraction is, as stated in the Part 18, is to produce an extractables profile that equals or exceeds the leachables generated in clinical use. The term exaggerated extraction just means a greater number or amount of extractables as compared to the amount generated under the clinical conditions of use. Finally, exhaustive extraction is a multi-step extraction until extractables amount in final step is less than 10% of the initial extraction step. Why are these definitions significant? This table clarifies it a little bit, but let me clarify first why is there a challenge here? Medical devices, as indicated in ISO 1093-1, there are categorized to 3 contact durations: limited, less than 24 hours, prolonged, 1 to 30 days, and long-term permanent, that is more than 30 days. So a chemist needs to obtain data in a matter of days that should produce a worst-case estimate over their lifetime. And they do this, chemists do this in their lab. That is one reason why the way extraction conditions that are considered may depend on how the device is used. For example, the limited contact device, an exaggerated extraction, or worst-case clinically relevant conditions are considered. Whereas for a prolonged contact, exhaustive or worst-case clinically relevant conditions are considered. For permanent contact devices, exhaustive extractions are considered. Similarly, the type of solvents used for extraction, we'll discuss more on the solvent types momentarily. For a limited and prolonged contact devices, polar and non-polar, or polar and semi-polar solvents are considered if they're justified. Whereas for permanent contact devices, polar, semi-polar, and non-polar solvents are considered. Finally, non-volatile residue or NVR analysis, while not applicable to limited contact devices, is considered to support if exhaustion is achieved for either prolonged or permanent contact devices. More on the solvent types. Let's meet the term polarity index. It is invented in 1970s, and it's a way to compare solvents' polarity. It is defined as a cumulative measurement of solute interaction with ethanol dioxane and nitromethane, and is normalized to molecular weight. But that's maybe too technical, but what you can see in this table, which is adapted from ISO 1093-18, a variety of solvents can be picked for an extraction study. Any polar solvent with a polarity, any solvent with a polarity index near 10 is generally considered as polar, whereas any solvent with a polarity index near 0 is generally considered non-polar. And any solvent with a polarity index near 4 is generally considered as semi-polar. We spent a lot of time on extraction. Now we switch the gears towards analysis methods, where I will throw a lot of letters and acronyms. Unlike what we wish it to be, a portable tablet-sized chemical analysis instrument that can analyze everything has not been invented yet. You may see that in a science fiction movie or something. But when chemists go to lab, once they complete the extraction, they take their samples to different instruments to perform chemical analysis. The reason is there is no single analysis instrument that can achieve universal detection of all chemicals. However, one big determining factor is the range of volatility of chemicals. They can be volatile organic compounds, or VOCs, semi-volatile organic compounds, SVOCs, or non-volatile organic compounds, NVOCs. As you can see on the left, the VOCs are best analyzed by headspace GC instruments, and semi-volatile or SVOCs are done with direct injection GCMS, and non-volatile organic compounds are typically done with liquid chromatography instruments. These chromatography methods come with different detectors. However, we should point out that mass spectrometers, shortly known as MS detectors, due to their ability to provide structural identification information, they are of higher importance. In summary, the multiple methods are used to cover all types of chemicals in an ENL analysis. Again, as discussed earlier, headspace GCMS, GCMS, LC UVMS as well as LC, LSD or CAD are used to analyze organic compounds. For elemental analysis and metals, ICP-MS is preferred, and other methods such as FTIR, GPC, NMR, and ion chromatography can complement information obtained by other methods. Now let's discuss what information is actually obtained. Here is what you see when you run a GCMS analysis of an extract. The type of information you see is the mixture of extractables separated over time, and that's the x-axis. And on the y-axis you see the intensity, which shows how the detector responds. And this is data from a study that was done in our lab for a material, 3D printed material. These are chromatograms that have a baseline, and when there is an extractable observed, they show peaks that shows as sharp-looking triangular shapes where the area is indicative of their concentration. The overlaid chromatograms are for different samples. Some of them may show higher peaks, which can tell you a story about the differences between the samples. As I stated earlier, this shows that how complex a mixture of extractables are. Despite the separation done by chromatography, sometimes it can be difficult to resolve the compounds within the chromatogram. Similarly, from an LCMS system, you obtain complex data from your samples. Again, the overlaid chromatograms are for different samples. Some of them may show higher peaks, which tells you the differences between samples. Next, the chromatographic information is translated into a table of extractables like this. This is a lot of work for the analyst. First, the peaks need to be identified, and then they need to be quantified. Sometimes it can go both ways together. A study sometimes may yield hundreds of analytes like this, resulting in long tables of extractables data. One challenge worth mentioning, we included a lengthy discussion about this in our review paper, is identification. Without getting into details, I want to discuss that identifications are assigned levels based on the analysis data. For example, the USP 1663 document discusses confirmed, confident, or tentative levels of identification. There are other attempts on categorization of information confidence discussed by Szymanski and Rocha for different applications, such as environmental samples or metabolomic samples. For reporting identifications, what is generally useful in medical device analysis is a table of how identification data is obtained and quantified, and how the quantification of the data is done. Starting with the identity itself, such as diethyl phthalate and its Cas number, where it is observed at which extraction vehicle, what analytical instrument, and other related information such as retention time and the identification level, and the basis of identification level, as well as the basis of quantification. So including this in a table is a very useful exercise to understand how an extractable is identified and quantified. This brings us to the final knowledge check. Which analysis method is suitable for non-targeted chemical analysis of medical device materials? GCMS only, LCMS only, NMR only, or multiple analytical methods are used to generate data? I hope your answer was D. Multiple analytical methods are used to generate data. Here are some further resources for further information and their links. In summary, chemical characterization of medical devices include information gathering, extractables analysis, and data processing and interpretation. Multiple analytical methods are used to generate data, and chemical analysis is used to detect, identify, and quantify extractables in order to provide data to support toxicological risk assessment. And thank you very much for joining me in this presentation. Let's now take some of your questions.
Burke, thank you so much for a great overview on a very interesting topic that's going to impact a lot of different medical devices. And thanks to our audience, we've gotten a lot of great questions, so we're going to get right to them. So Burke, again, welcoming you to our stage. Our first question for you. You use the phrases chemical characterization and chemical analysis. Can you tell us what's the difference between these two terms?
Thank you for that question. The chemical characterization can include theoretical chemistry information and or analytical chemistry testing. So chemical analysis can be a subset of chemical characterization. There's information gathering as indicated in the ISO 1093 part 18. Yeah, that's all I can say.
All right, thank you very much. Our next question, is chemical characterization always needed for all medical device submissions?
The answer to that is it's sort of related to the definition of chemical characterization, which may include information gathering, as I indicated earlier, and it's therefore it's based on the not all medical devices do need chemical characterization. You can refer to the biocompatibility guidance as well for that.
All right, thank you. One more question on this theme of chemical characterization. Should every characterization be followed by a toxicological risk assessment?
Well, it is about what systemic endpoints are being addressed from a biocompatibility perspective. So the analytical chemistry data followed by a toxicological risk assessment can be used to address certain systemic endpoints. Such as chronic systemic toxicity or carcinogenicity. And the chemical characterization itself can be a little more than that because it does include the material information.
All right, thank you. All right, moving on to our next question. Many thermoplastic elastomers degrade in some of the solvents, durations, and temperatures. This makes it difficult or even impossible to perform the chemical characterization. Does the FDA or do you have any suggestions in this situation's case?
Yes, that is a great question, and that is actually one of the difficult aspects of doing chemical analysis. The the issue is definitely material dependent. There are some options available to use certain solvents, some contract labs, or there's some literature about this. There's no specific recipe available from the FDA at the moment, but we are working on to curate some of the research and hopefully make it available.
Okay, thank you so much. We'll move on to our next question. May we ask you to clarify the difference between extractables and leachables, and what is an example of the possible substance released?
Well, that's a great question. In the medical devices, when we think of the medical devices, a leachable is what can be released under the clinical conditions, as indicated in the ISO 10993-18 definitions. An extractable is what you can extract in the laboratory settings. So for a medical device, it is having a leachable experiment is not very practical, but doing an extractable study is more practical in the laboratory conditions. So there might be additives or degradation or products of those additives, or the monomers of that material component that can be creating the leachable. So I hope that does clarify a little bit. There is a significant overlap, as I've shown in the presentation. However, there might be additional byproducts that can happen during the lengthy leaching conditions that may makes the overlap not 100%. I hope that is clear.
Okay, thank you for that. For our next question, kind of a nod to our first 2 days of REdI. Is drug leachable the same as device leachable?
That is not. I mean, drug leachables are typically, and I would refer to my colleagues at the Center for Drugs Evaluation and Research for this. But to the best of my knowledge, drug leachables are things that are delivered with the active pharmaceutical ingredient with the drug delivery. So the device leachable and drug leachables are a little different, because for medical devices, technically there's no active ingredient that to speak of. Medical devices and medical devices are not containers, unlike the where the leachables come from. For the drug containers, that's where the leachable comes from. So it's a bit nuanced difference, but it's quite a bit different, because that's all we speak of in a extractables analysis, what can come from the device on its own. There's also the solvent in devices are often body fluids, and the solvent in drugs is the active pharmaceutical ingredient. So I hope that clarifies that question.
Thank you. And I'll just make a note here that one of our audience members submitted a comment, not so much a question, to note that they appreciated this presentation and actually asked or suggested that we do a similar one for the drugs track. So thank you for your comment. We will pass that along to Brenda and team for perhaps next year. And just a plug to please fill out your surveys and give us your feedback. So thank you for that. Let's move on to our next question. Can you clarify both polar and non-polar extraction, perhaps the differences of each?
I could not hear the question well. Can you repeat, please?
I can repeat it, of course. Can you clarify polar and non-polar extraction, and what is the difference between each?
That is when a medical device is, in an extractable study, because different extraction vehicles are used. An extraction vehicle is as powerful as its polarity. Non-polar extractables can be extracted with a polar solvent, and non-polar extractables can be extracted with a non-polar solvent. Why do we have to have both? That may be a question, and that's because the body fluids may have both characteristics, and we're trying to do an extraction study in the laboratory that tries to generate a worst case estimate of what can possibly come off the medical device over the course of months or more. But the extraction studies are done in a matter of days, perhaps weeks at most. So that is the kind of the reason to do it. Polar, semi-polar, and non-polar solvents are used to take advantage of the polarity properties for all these extraction vehicles. I hope that clarifies that question.
It does, thank you. Looks like we have time for a few more questions. We'll try to sneak them through. This next one takes this information, really important information, into the regulatory submission space. So the question is this: does a new device that would go through a 510K submission need to comply with the latest ISO standard, that's ISO 10993-1, even if the predicate was cleared before the most recent standard?
Yes. The ISO 10993-1 discusses how to consider changes since the prior versions of the ISO 1093 series of standards. So there's specific discussion in the ISO 1093-1 for this. The use of standards is voluntary in the United States. If a manufacturer has used a prior version of a standard, it is helpful to understand from a gap analysis perspective and how any changes to the standards might impact the analysis of the test results. And if new testing is being considered, then latest versions should be used. But I hope that answers the question of the audience.
Okay, yes, thank you so much. Let's continue with this theme of submissions. Obviously, this is kind of where it all comes together. For our next question, can chemical characterization and analysis replace biocompatibility tests, such as cytotoxicity, irritation, etc., for the purpose of an IDE submission or a subsequent pre-market submission, like 510K de novo PMA?
Currently, the chemical characterization is considered for systemic toxicity endpoints, such as chronic systemic toxicity and carcinogenicity and genotoxicity. However, for local endpoints, chemical characterization and tox risk assessment is not currently considered.
All right, thank you. All right, I think we have time for maybe one more quick question. In your presentation, you referred to medical grade material. Why isn't there a standard definition of medical grade material?
That is because this is not the standard. There is currently no standards organization that has developed a definition for medical grade. That's one. USP's Class 4 plastics definition was a closest thing, but it was a definition associated with conduct of a subset of biological tests. And to our knowledge, USP is currently editing the chapters where class 4 plastics were defined. And there might, but USP is again for pharmaceutical grade definition alternative. So I think that there might be something helpful in there for the class 6, not class 4. I misspoke. But that is the situation for that.
All right, thank you. Thank you, Burke. And with that, that will be our last question for the session. I wanted to thank you for joining us for today and representing OCEL. It's great to have the labs here at a regulatory conference. Let's turn it back to you for your final thoughts for our audience today.
I thank you for all the questions and comments. This is for our as I stated, this is an emerging field, and we, as I discussed in my presentation, we published a review paper to show the current state of the knowledge. Biocompatibility guidance and that review paper hopefully will be helpful for you guys to when you prepare your submissions. And we are always open to questions, and if you would like to discuss anything specific to your medical device, we are open for pre-submission requests. And that's all I can say. Thank you very much.
All right, with that, thank you so much for joining us. Thank you all for listening and joining and all your questions. This takes us to our first break for today. When we come, we will take a break and we'll resume at 10:25 a.m. Eastern Time, about 20 minutes. And then when we come back, we're going to really be excited to share with you a couple of new CDRH programs that have been developed over the last few years. So you're in for a treat for that. So stay tuned and we'll be right back. All right, everyone, welcome back. Again, I'm Elias Malice, Director of the Division of Industry and Consumer Education. You are attending the FDA Small Business Regulatory Education for Industry, or REdI, annual conference, the Devices Track Part 1. Over the next two sessions, two topics, we're going to review a couple of interesting and novel new programs, relatively new for the center. These are going to be key resources and tools for you in the future as you consider developing your innovative new products. So it's my pleasure to introduce you to Session 3, Introduction to the Breakthrough Devices and Safer Technologies program, presented by REdI Rawabi. REdI is the Acting Assistant Director of the Policy and Operations Team 1 in the Division of Clinical Evidence and Analysis, in the Office of Clinical Evidence and Analysis, OSEA, in the Super Office of CDRH, the Office of Product Evaluation and Quality. In this role, REdI provides regulatory guidance to internal and external stakeholders, just like yourselves, on interpreting and applying the policies and procedures related to the IDE, breakthrough devices, safer technologies, and expanded access programs, among others. Previously, REdI served as a policy analyst on this team, and prior to that was a pre-market reviewer in the Office of Cardiovascular Devices in OPEC, during which she reviewed cardiac electrophysiology device submissions. REdI is a biomedical engineer and reviewer, previously to that in FDA Center for Tobacco Products, where she specialized in electronic cigarette research and policy. She has a master's in science and BSc degrees in biomedical engineering from the University of Iowa. So with this intro, it's my pleasure to welcome you to REdI Rawabi.
Thank you for that introduction. Today I'm going to be speaking about the Breakthrough Devices and Safer Technologies programs. CDRH's vision is that patients in the U.S. have access to high-quality, safe, and effective medical devices of public health importance first in the world. Not only does FDA have a responsibility to protect and promote public health by ensuring the safety and effectiveness of medical products, but we also have a key role to play in advancing public health by helping to provide timely access to innovations that make products safer and more effective. It's with this vision in mind that FDA has developed policies and implemented programs designed to promote timely patient access to innovative, more effective, and safer new technologies. Today I'm going to be talking about two of those programs. Our learning objectives for this session are to provide an overview of the Breakthrough Devices and Safer Technologies programs and to distinguish their differences, to identify the features of each program, to review the process for requesting entrance, and lastly, to share our experiences with the programs to date. We'll first start with the Breakthrough Devices program. The Breakthrough Devices program is intended to help patients have more timely access to certain medical devices and device-led combination products that provide for more effective treatment or diagnosis of life-threatening or irreversibly debilitating diseases or conditions by expediting their development and prioritizing their review. A key component of the program is the opportunity for expedited feedback and increased interactions, with the idea being that if sponsors can receive feedback from FDA more quickly and collaboratively, then this can add efficiency to the device development process. In general, key submissions for designated breakthrough devices receive feedback faster and with more interaction than traditional pre-submissions. Similarly, the program also aims to prioritize the review of marketing applications for designated devices, as well as aims to apply efficient and flexible approaches during review, such as enhanced opportunity for post-market data collection, all the while preserving the statutory standards for marketing authorization. A few things to note about the program. First, this is a statutorily mandated program under Section 515B of the Food, Drug, and Cosmetic Act, which was enacted following the passing of the 21st Century Cures Act at the end of 2016. The final guidance describing the program's implementation was issued in December of 2018, This is a very useful document that contains all the policy and process information that I'll be sharing with you today, and the link is listed here on the slides. Lastly, this is a voluntary program, meaning that sponsors can choose to request the designation and they're not required to do so. Sponsors can request entrance into the Breakthrough Devices program by submitting a Breakthrough Device Designation request. If entrance is granted, then the sponsor will have additional mechanisms for feedback and interaction with FDA during device development as they're working towards their marketing submission. We'll talk about these more in the slides to come. There are a few eligibility considerations that a device must meet in order to be designated breakthrough. First, the program is only open to medical devices and device-led combination products. And second, those devices should be subject to future marketing authorization via the PMA, de novo, or 510K pathways. Devices that are exempt from these marketing pathways would not be eligible for the program. Lastly, the device should meet the specific criteria outlined in the statute, including fully meeting Breakthrough Device Criterion 1 and one of the subparts of Breakthrough Device Criterion 2. Because the designation criteria are the basis for all of our grant or deny decisions, we do take a thoughtful approach in ensuring that each criterion is met. Beginning with Criterion 1, the device and its proposed indication must provide for more effective treatment or diagnosis of life-threatening or irreversibly debilitating human disease or conditions. A device must fully meet this criterion in order to be eligible for the program. Because decisions on requests for a designation are made prior to marketing authorization, FDA considers whether the sponsor has demonstrated a reasonable expectation that the device could provide for more effective treatment or diagnosis of the disease or condition identified in the proposed indications for use. Reviewers take into consideration whether the sponsor has demonstrated a reasonable expectation of technical success, meaning that we reasonably expect that the device can be built and function as intended, as well as clinical success, meaning that a functioning device could more effectively treat or diagnose the identified disease or condition. Mechanisms for demonstrating a reasonable expectation of technical and clinical success could include literature or preliminary data. The statute specifically calls out life-threatening or irreversibly debilitating human disease or conditions, so one thing that we consider is whether the patient population or subpopulation identified in the proposed indications for use for the device are representative of that statutory criteria. We generally interpret life-threatening as a disease or condition for which the likelihood of death is high unless the course of the disease is interrupted. In the case of irreversibly debilitating, we generally consider the impact on such factors as survival, day-to-day functioning, and the likelihood of progression to a more serious disease or condition if left untreated. In addition to meeting Breakthrough Criterion 1, the second criteria requires that the device and its proposed indication should meet one of the following subparts in Criterion 2. Either that the device represents a breakthrough technology, or no approved or cleared alternatives exist, or that the device offers significant advantages over existing approved or cleared alternatives, or that the availability of which is in the best interest of patients. I won't go into examples for each of these today, but our guidance document does talk about considerations for these subparts in more detail. So now we just have a quick knowledge check. Eligible devices for the Breakthrough Devices program must meet which of the following criteria? A, that they provide for more effective treatment or diagnosis. B, that they target a life-threatening or irreversibly debilitating disease or condition, or C, that they plan to pursue a PMA, de novo, or 510K marketing pathway, and lastly, D, all of the above. If you answered D, all of the above, then you would be correct. A device must meet each of these criteria in order to be eligible for the program. Next, we'll talk about the features of the Breakthrough Devices program. Once a device enters the program, there are a few different features outlined in the guidance that are useful for facilitating interactions with FDA. First, a data development plan is an optional map of the development process from entry into the program until marketing submission and outlining post-market activities as necessary. The DGP is a high-level document that summarizes the planned non-clinical and clinical testing so that everyone is on the same page about data collection expectations. This can hopefully add predictability, efficiency, and transparency to the device development process in a way that's least burdensome. Next, the guidance discusses a sprint discussion, which is a highly interactive process to facilitate reaching rapid agreement on a single development issue. There's also a clinical protocol agreement, which is a binding agreement between FDA and the sponsor on a clinical study design or protocol. Sponsors also have the option to submit a traditional pre-submission with multiple topics or questions of feedback. And lastly, regular status updates in between submissions, which can be useful for planning purposes. Next, we'll talk about the Breakthrough Device Designation request process. There is no standard template or form for requesting entrance into the program. Requests should be submitted through the Q-submission process. It's very important to clearly indicate on your cover letter that you're submitting a Breakthrough Device Designation request. Appendix 1 of the Breakthrough Guidance document does provide an example of the information that may be helpful to include in your request, and we generally find that that outline works pretty well. It makes it easy for reviewers to locate the necessary information. One thing that I recommend is to refer to the guidance document as you're preparing your request, since this is ultimately what the review team is using as their guide to assessing your eligibility for the program. If you can clearly outline the rationale for how the device meets each aspect of the criteria, along with any pertinent supporting data or information, that can help to facilitate the review. Regarding the submission content, it's recommended that the submission include background on the device, including a description of what it is, how it's to be used, its indication for use, as well as any background regulatory history or previous interactions with FDA. This background will be helpful to put the device in context for FDA to consider its eligibility. The next section involves a discussion, which may include supporting documents or data to address how the proposed device and indications meet both designation criteria for breakthrough. For Criterion 2, although only one subpart or component needs to be met to support a breakthrough designation, it is recommended that you address all components which you believe are met by your device. FDA will consider the rationale for each component separately, so even if it's determined that your device may not meet one aspect of Criterion 2, if you have provided an adequate justification for another aspect of Criterion 2, then your device could still be eligible for the program. Finally, a discussion of the planned marketing submission is helpful for FDA to understand how the sponsor plans to develop their device, as well as confirming whether it would be subject to a future marketing application within the scope of the program. This slide provides an outline of the designation request review process starting on the day that the request is received. Like most medical device submissions, these requests are processed through the center's Document Control Center. That submission is then assigned to the appropriate review team for that clinical area, who then identifies the lead reviewer. That lead reviewer typically works alongside a clinician and other subject matter experts that are needed in order to review the supporting information for that submission. So, for example, if the submission included some animal study data, then a veterinarian might be consulted. The designation request review process has a statutory deadline of 60 calendar days by which FDA must make a decision. During this review period, the review team may interactively or through a deficiency letter request additional information from the sponsor. Typically, we intend our first interaction to occur by day 30 of the review. If an additional information request letter is sent at that time, the sponsor has 15 calendar days by which to respond. The sponsor will receive a final decision letter by day 60 of the review. If the request is granted, the decision letter will identify the device and propose indications for which the designation has been granted. If the request is denied, the decision letter will outline the reasons for the denial. The sponsor does have the option to submit a new request with additional information addressing the deficiencies outlined in the denial. I'll next share a few updates about our experience with the program. We recently updated the Breakthrough Devices Program webpage to include program metrics and a list of market-authorized breakthrough devices. You can see the link for the webpage there on your screen. You can see that the program has experienced a lot of growth over the years, with 657 devices having received Breakthrough Device Designation as of March 31st of this year. The designated devices range across a wide variety of clinical panels, with the majority being from the cardiovascular and neurology spaces. As mentioned, the webpage has also been updated to include a listing of market authorized devices. In total, 44 breakthrough devices had received marketing authorization as of March 31st, including 19 PMAs, 14 de novos, and 11 510Ks. Next, we'll switch to providing an overview of a similar but distinctly different program, which is the Safer Technologies Program. The Safer Technologies Program, or STEP, is intended to help spur safety innovation for medical devices and to provide patients timely access to devices that offer significant improvements to the safety profile of available medical treatments. These devices are ones that are ineligible for the Breakthrough Devices Program due to the less serious nature of the disease or condition that they diagnose, treat, or prevent. STEP is intended to help patients have more timely access to these devices by expediting their development, assessment, and review. You can see that the STEP program targets distinctly different devices than does the Breakthrough program. Whereas the Breakthrough Devices Program targets devices that provide for more effective treatment or diagnosis, STEP targets devices that provide a significant safety improvement. Additionally, whereas the Breakthrough Program is specific to devices that treat or diagnose diseases or conditions which are life-threatening or irreversibly debilitating, STEP exclusively targets diseases or conditions that are less serious than those eligible for the Breakthrough Devices Program. The motivation for the development of the Safer Technologies Program really came from the Medical Device Safety Action Plan, which outlined FDA's vision for how we can continue to enhance our programs and processes to improve the safety of medical devices. The STEP guidance, which describes the program's implementation, was finalized in January of 2021, and the program began reviewing applications as of March of last year. This, again, is a very important document that describes all the processes and policies that we're talking about today. The STEP program is largely modeled after the Breakthrough Devices Program, with the key difference being that STEP is geared toward devices that improve the benefit-risk profile of a treatment or diagnostic through substantial safety innovations. And we'll talk about the specific eligibility criteria in the next slides. Lastly, like the Breakthrough Program, participation in STEP is voluntary. There are two general eligibility factors that must be met in order for a product to be eligible for the program. First, the product must be a medical device or device-led combination product. And second, the device must be subject to future marketing authorization via the PMA, de novo, or 510K marketing pathways. In addition to the general eligibility factors, there are also specific eligibility factors that must be met. First, the device should not be eligible for the Breakthrough Devices Program due to the less serious nature of the disease or condition treated, diagnosed, or prevented by the device. Second, the device should be reasonably expected to significantly improve the benefit-risk profile of a treatment or diagnostic through substantial safety innovations that provide for one or more of the following: either a reduction in the occurrence of a known serious adverse event, device failure mode, or use-related hazard or use error, or an improvement in the safety of another device or intervention. Now we have another quick knowledge check. The specific eligibility factors for entrance into STEP are the same as those for the Breakthrough Devices Program. Is this true or false? If you answered false, you would be correct. The Breakthrough Devices Program and the Safer Technologies Program have distinctly different entrance criteria and eligibility factors for consideration. As previously mentioned, STEP is largely modeled after the Breakthrough Devices Program. The program aims to expedite the development and review of devices through interaction and timely communication, through review team support and senior management engagement, through timely post-market data collection and efficient and flexible clinical study design, and lastly, through expedited review of manufacturing quality systems compliance for devices with pre-approval inspection requirements. We'll next talk about the features of the Safer Technologies Program. Like the Breakthrough Devices Program, sponsors can request entrance into the STEP program by submitting what is referred to as a STEP entrance request. If entrance is granted, then the sponsor will have additional mechanisms for feedback and interaction with FDA during device development as they're working towards their marketing submission. These are similar to those that we've already discussed for the Breakthrough Devices Program, including review of a data development plan and sprint discussions, as well as the option for traditional pre-submissions and having regular status updates. We'll next talk about the process for requesting entrance into the STEP program. This slide includes a proposed format for requests for entrance to the STEP program. This outline can be found in Appendix 1 of the STEP guidance, and it's very similar to the one I showed earlier for a breakthrough device designation, including background on the device, identifying the planned marketing submission, and providing a discussion of the eligibility factors, including any available supporting data or documents. This is a sample timeline for the STEP program. Procedurally, it's the same as breakthrough designation request, but as noted, the eligibility factors for STEP differ than what is needed for the breakthrough program. FDA intends to render a decision within 60 days on the entrance request and will typically interact with the sponsor by day 30 to request additional information if needed. Next, I'll share a little bit about our early experience with the Safer Technologies program. As we previously mentioned, the final guidance for the STEP program was issued in January 2021, and the program was open to receiving submissions in March of that year. As of April 30th, 9 devices have been granted entrance into the STEP program and multiple clinical panels. This is similar to our early experience with breakthrough devices. In our early experience, we have seen some confusion in eligibility for the 2 programs and wanted to provide some helpful reminders. We've seen some STEP submissions where a sponsor was denied breakthrough designation, perhaps because they weren't able to demonstrate that their product has the potential to be more effective than alternatives, and then applies for STEP because of the first eligibility factor, which states that the device should not be eligible for the Breakthrough Devices program. However, as you can see on the slide, that eligibility factor is really speaking to the disease or condition that the device is targeting, and not overall acceptance into the Breakthrough Devices program. Secondly, when considering your eligibility for STEP, it's important to remember that FDA intends to consider whether the expected improvement in the benefit-risk profile is through substantial safety innovation. A substantial safety innovation is one that incorporates an innovative technological feature or represents an innovative use of a technology to accomplish a significant safety improvement. Your submission should discuss the substantial safety innovation that your device offers, and the STEP guidance does provide some helpful examples of this. For any questions, please feel free to reach out to our program mailboxes. I've also included a link to the Breakthrough Devices and STEP program guidance documents for reference. In summary, the Breakthrough Devices and Safer Technologies programs are intended to provide patients and healthcare providers with timely access to innovative devices. These programs expedite the development, assessment, and review of certain devices that meet the program eligibility criteria. Eligible sponsors can request entrance through a Q submission following the instructions in the guidance documents. This table summarizes some of the similarities and difference between the Breakthrough and STEP programs. The Breakthrough Devices program is a statutory program, whereas STEP is not. The Breakthrough Devices program targets diseases or conditions that are life-threatening and/or irreversibly debilitating, whereas the STEP program targets diseases or conditions that are less serious than those eligible for breakthrough. Additionally, the Breakthrough Devices program is for devices that provide for more effective treatment or diagnosis, whereas STEP is for devices that offer a significant safety improvement. Lastly, the program shares similar program features with the exception of the clinical protocol agreement, which is specific to the Breakthrough Devices program. Thank you for joining me for this presentation. Now let's take some of your questions.
All right, Rita, thank you so much for your great presentation. A lot of great material on this emerging program. Let's get right to our questions for you. And let's start with our first one. Does the FDA announce when a device has been granted a breakthrough device designation?
Elias, that's a great question. So prior to marketing authorization, generally the FDA cannot publicly disclose whether a sponsor has submitted a breakthrough device designation request. We also wouldn't disclose whether a device has been granted or denied the designation. There may be some exceptions when a sponsor has previously disclosed that information to the public themselves. But as a general matter, we will not disclose the designation prior to a marketing authorization. But as I mentioned during the presentation, we do now have a publicly available listing of market authorized breakthrough devices that we do plan to maintain. So devices included in that list are ones that have received marketing authorization for use that's consistent with their breakthrough device designation.
All right, thank you. For our next question, there are a few parts that are all related to the timing of the request, so I'm going to ask them sort of one at a time. So for the first question, what would you recommend is the best time to request entrance into the Breakthrough Devices program?
That's another great question. So really the best time to request entrance into one of these programs is really going to depend on where you are in your device development. Devices that enter the program early on in their device development process are able to utilize the provisions of the program. So for example, they can benefit from the early and more frequent interaction. They can come to an agreement with FDA on a data development plan or on a clinical protocol. So you can take advantage of those benefits that were discussed during the presentation. But you do also want to balance the benefit from early entrance from being able to demonstrate that the device meets the statutory criteria. So you want to make sure that you're coming in with your designation request at an appropriate time where you have the supporting information or data available to show that your device does meet that statutory criteria. But in general, devices can enter the program at various stages throughout the device development process, and it really will depend on kind of where you are currently and your supporting data that you have to support that designation request.
Okay, thank you. So I'm going to read the latter part of this question, which you may have answered, but just to make sure. So for example, in the continuum of product development, one milestone might be prior to initiation of the initial clinical trial. Another milestone might be after a pivotal trial has been completed and when you are interested in engaging the FDA with a pre-sub meeting. So can you just briefly comment on each of those milestones as an opportunity for engagement into STEP or breakthrough?
Sure. So I guess the first part would just be to reiterate that there isn't any particular stage at development at which a sponsor is required to come in. So that includes before any sort of clinical data. So potentially a sponsor could decide to come in prior to performing their first clinical study. And again, balancing that with the other supporting information that you have to support your designation request. You could also choose to come in following having initiated a clinical study and after you have received some clinical data in support of your request. And that's also going to be helpful in helping to demonstrate that you meet the criteria if you do have some initial clinical data. That's always great to see. But in general, it really will be a balance of, trying to benefit from as much early and frequent interaction that you can with FDA along the device development process, and making sure that you have that supporting data. The nice thing is that the Breakthrough Devices program, one of the great features is it has a statutory provision for a clinical protocol agreement, which was mentioned earlier. So being able to come in before you've initiated a pivotal clinical study, for example, is great because then you benefit from having that, interaction and collaboration with FDA during the design of your study. And that can be really helpful because then you can make sure that your methodology and your study design is going to be suitable for obtaining the clinical data that you need to support your marketing application, because you don't want to, initiate and conduct a study and then realize that the data that you've collected might not necessarily be suitable for what you're trying to accomplish. So it's great if you can engage FDA early on in that collaboration so that you can make sure kind of the path that you're headed down and the data that you're intending to collect is going to get you to your ultimate goal of being able to support marketing authorization for that use.
Okay, thank you very much for that detailed explanation. Our next question touches upon something you covered pretty thoroughly in your presentation about the eligibility criteria for the STEP program. And the question does ask about clarifying it with an example. I think our audience benefits from a lot of examples and specific cases that are in mind. So in this case, the scenario is taking a type of medical device, such as a gown, mask, face shield, adding an antimicrobial agent to it. So one can say that might update that medical device. Would something like that be covered under the Safer Technologies program?
Sure. So I won't be able to comment on a particular device and whether or not that might be suitable for the program, but I would definitely encourage you to reach out to the review area for that particular device for more information, and also to consider what's outlined in the Safer Technologies program guidance document, because it does outline considerations for each of those STEP eligibility factors, and can kind of help you to assess through each of those subparts whether or not your device might qualify. But in general, as we mentioned during the presentation, devices that are eligible for STEP, in addition to meeting the general eligibility factors, the specific eligibility factors that we're going to be looking for are, one, making sure that the intended use of the device, that it should not be eligible for the Breakthrough Devices program due to the less serious nature of the disease treated, diagnosed, or prevented by the device, as well as looking for that substantial safety improvement. And so eligibility factor 2 for the STEP program mentions that the device should be reasonably expected to significantly improve the benefit risk profile of a treatment or diagnostic through substantial safety innovations. And the guidance does talk about how we define substantial safety innovation. So again, it shouldn't be just that your device provides that improvement in safety, but in particular, the guidance goes into detail about what's considered a substantial safety innovation. And then the last part of that eligibility factor is that the substantial safety innovation provides for one or more of the following, which are a reduction in the occurrence of a known or serious adverse event, a reduction in the occurrence of a known device failure mode, or a known use-related hazard or use error, or an improvement in the safety of another device or intervention. But I'd really encourage you to take a look at the STEP guidance, because it really does go into a lot of detail about each of those subparts and includes specific examples of the types of considerations that we think might qualify for the program.
All right, thank you so much for that response. Let's get to our next question. This is a question related to Q submissions, pre-submissions, and the programs you're describing today. So you indicated in your presentation that a pre-submission for a breakthrough designation request leads to binding feedback. This differs from the pre-submission guidance for other devices, where the understanding is that feedback isn't binding. May we ask you to explain the difference between pre-sub feedback for these different categories of devices?
Yeah, that's a great question, and I'm glad you brought that up, because it's definitely something I want to clarify. So specifically, when we mention binding agreement with relation to the Breakthrough Devices program, it's specifically within the context of a clinical protocol agreement. So the Breakthrough Devices program or the Breakthrough Devices statute specifically calls out a binding agreement that a sponsor can and the agency can come to on a clinical protocol. And, in those cases, we're agreeing on a specific, clinical study protocol, and we're generally agreeing that it's that we agree on the methodology and that the study, if it were to meet its objectives, would be helpful to support a future marketing application, for example, or whatever the objective might be. But that is all outlined in the clinical protocol agreement letter. But that is a specific type of binding agreement, that clinical protocol agreement. But that is different from the other types of feedback that you might receive through the Breakthrough Devices program. So, for example, a sprint discussion, much like through a regular pre-submission, would provide non-binding feedback. And so outside of the clinical protocol agreement, that feedback would be considered non-binding, similar to within the Q-submission program. And just to help clarify that further, we obviously do intend that the feedback that we provide at the time is most suitable to address the question. We don't expect for it to change, but it is non-binding, with the exception of the clinical protocol agreement, which is a statutory provision in the Breakthrough Devices program statute.
All right, thank you very much. For our next question, this walks through sort of a regulatory scenario, so let's sort of take it step by step. Let's say a device has been granted breakthrough designation for an original PMA. Can that designation then be carried forward or over to PMA supplement for that device for a change to the indications for use if that indications for use is considered irreversibly debilitating with no approved alternatives existing?
Sure. So breakthrough device designation is granted for a specific device and specific indications for use that's outlined in the grant letter. And that's important because, for example, if during the course of the development, the indication would be substantive, were to substantively change for one reason or another, then the sponsor might consider coming back in with a new designation request to support that indication, since specifically the previous designation that was granted was for the other indication and would not apply to a new indication. It's also the case for a device that achieves marketing authorization and then might come in with a modified version in a new PMA supplement, for example. So generally, we consider devices to exit the program once they obtained marketing authorization for a use consistent with their breakthrough device designation. Since the breakthrough devices statute specifically calls out that a breakthrough designation request must be requested prior to the submission, of a PMA or PMA supplement, de novo or 510K. We would expect that the sponsor, if they were interested to get breakthrough device designation for that PMA supplement device, then we would expect that they would come in with a new designation request to support that new device that's coming in under a PMA supplement, since it is for a new device and it's a new intended use and it's pursuing a new marketing application.
All right, thank you. Our next question, are the breakthrough device and STEP programs mutually exclusive from each other, or can you essentially apply for both? And I'm going to add this part at the same time, and then would FDA take care of putting us into the right program?
Yeah, so that's a good question. So maybe I'll take the latter part of that question first. So you cannot apply for both the breakthrough devices program and safer technologies programs at the same time. They are different programs, separate programs and each have their own eligibility factors and criteria. And so you should consider which device is most which program is most applicable to your device, which one you meet the eligibility criteria for or eligibility factors for, and apply for that program specifically and tailor your submission to demonstrating that you meet the specific criteria for that program. If you were to be, say you applied to breakthrough, for example, and you were denied from breakthrough, from the breakthrough program, you might consider taking a look at the reasons for denial, because we do outline in each denial letter what were the deficiencies within the submission. And so, for example, if you saw that, the reason or one of the reasons for your denial was because the disease or condition that your device was targeting was something that was ineligible for the breakthrough devices program. So in other words, it didn't meet that life-threatening or irreversibly debilitating criteria, then you might consider whether your device might be suitable for the Safer Technologies program. Because again, remember the Safer Technologies program, the very first eligibility factor is that it should not be eligible for the breakthrough devices program due to the less serious nature of the disease or condition being treated, diagnosed, or prevented. And so if you were denied due to the fact of the less serious nature of the disease or condition, you could then consider whether STEP was a suitable alternative. But as we mentioned during the presentation, it's not just a matter of, is it a less serious disease or condition, but you also have to consider the other eligibility factors for the program. And so you really have to think through each of those subparts and see whether your device is able to meet the criteria for those.
All right, thank you. I think we're at time. I did want to quickly sneak in a quick yes/no answer question because it's come up several times. If one is rejected from the breakthrough devices designation due to insufficient data, can we reapply? Yes or no?
Yes, you can apply with additional information addressing the deficiencies that were outlined in your denial letter.
Awesome, thank you. I'm glad we stuck that in. So with that ends this session. I want to turn it back to you for your final thoughts and call to action for our audience.
Thank you, Elias. Thank you again for having me this morning. So really, the key thing that I want to relay to everybody is the intent of the Breakthrough Devices and Safer Technologies programs is to help patients have more timely access to these innovative devices. And we really encourage all sponsors of devices that meet the criteria for entrance into the programs to take advantage of the program features to help expedite the development, assessment, and review of their devices. If you have any questions, please feel free to reach out to our program mailboxes, either the Breakthrough Devices program mailbox or the Safer Technologies program. We're happy to help you.
All right, thank you so much for joining us for a really great topic. And thank you for all the great questions that came in about these two exciting new programs. So with that, we're going to continue talking about new programs. And it's my pleasure to introduce you to our next presentation, CDRH Health of Women Program, The Science of Sex and Gender. This will be presented by Dr. Terry Cornelissen. Dr. Cornelissen is a captain in the United States Public Health Service. She is the first director and chief medical officer of the CDRH Health of Women Program. In this capacity, she leads this innovative program to improve the health of all women, featuring the full ecosystem of medical devices. Dr. Cornelissen has really a remarkably extensive professional career spanning innovation, science, and medicine in a number of areas from the FDA to the NIH, and including various academic backgrounds throughout medicine. It's really my honor and privilege and pleasure to introduce you to this topic presented by Dr. Terry Cornelissen.
Hello. Thank you for that kind introduction. I am Terry Cornelissen, and it is my pleasure to speak with you today on the science of sex and gender. I begin with an overview of the Health of Women program, discuss the emerging practice of personalized medicine, explore the science of sex and gender, and talk about how the science can move forward. I will also be offering 2 pearls of wisdom, so look out for these. By the end of this presentation, you will be able to define sex and gender, describe personalized medicine, identify sex and/or gender-specific differences, and show how you can move the science forward. Every day, we help develop innovative technologies to improve the lives of those counting on our expertise. Technologies that specifically target women and technologies that target men and women. Driven by science, dedicated to quality, we are duty-bound to consider the potential influence of sex and/or gender in device development. And through this discovery, we will improve the performance of medical devices for everyone, strengthen the science, and more easily unravel current and emerging issues for the health of women. The CDRH Health of Women program is a comprehensive, collaborative, landmark program built on the premise that both sex and gender have a considerable impact on a woman's overall health. With patients at the heart of this initiative, the Health of Women program intends to ensure that all women have access to innovative, safe, and effective medical devices. The Center for Devices and Radiological Health has long been interested in a Health of Women framework to explore the unique issues related to the performance of medical devices in women. To call this framework Health of Women is really quite visionary, for Health of Women encompasses not only health conditions uniquely specific to women, but conditions where course and outcome are different in women, more common, more serious, with distinct causes or manifestation, with different treatment options, different response to intervention, higher morbidity, higher mortality. Health of women extends far beyond reproductive health. It comprehensively includes the health of the entire female human being. Science increasingly reveals that sex and gender differences may play significant roles in the course and outcome of conditions that affect all human organ systems. Sex hormones cause sexual bias in gene expression by acting directly on genes throughout the genome. Both sex and gender and their interactions may drive epigenetic influences. And for each of us, sex and gender are valid clinical variables. I would like to pause here for a moment just to mention that the terms sex and gender are not synonymous in biomedical research, and this is a critical pearl. Sex is a classification derived from the chromosomal complement. It is a biological construct and is typically binary. Gender is a person's self-representation. It is a cultural concept that can be thought of more as an entire spectrum, a continuous variable, and can be fluid. Every cell is sexed and many people are gendered. So the question is, what implication does this have for the performance of every medical device and diagnostic in the healthcare for everyone? In CDRH, we see how this applies to devices, diagnostics, and radiologic products. For instance, in the cardiovascular space, there are observed sex differences in these 4 device types: left ventricular assist devices, cardiac resynchronization defibrillators, drug-eluting coronary stents, and endovascular grafts. But you may be thinking, how does this relate to women-specific devices such as breast implants, ablative devices, pelvic mesh? Well, is it possible that some adverse events seen in women-specific devices are due to sex-based differences in inflammatory reaction or immunologic response? In orthopedics, artificial knee, women undergo more knee replacements than men in the United States and are 3 times more likely than men to undergo total knee replacement at a more advanced stage. Metal-on-metal resurfacing devices. Female patients and patients with small femoral head diameter were at higher risk of revision. Spinal fusion devices for adolescent idiopathic scoliosis. While there is no distinction by sex or gender in review, this condition is more prevalent in girls than in boys. Fracture fixation devices, bone growth stimulators, and stereotactic devices. Though trauma fractures are more common in men in youth and women in old age, the treatment is the same. Should it be? Neuroscience has recognized and identified sexual dimorphism in multiple disorders, including Tourette's, obsessive-compulsive disorder, Alzheimer's disease, Parkinson's disease, stroke, and intracranial aneurysms. For deep brain stimulators in children with dystonia, one concern related to sex was the development of breast buds as a neural stimulator or implantable device are usually implanted under the skin in the chest wall. And with proposed technologies such as clot retriever for ischemic stroke, ablation therapy, cognitive function following concussion, prosthetic arm, migraine devices, neurovascular microcatheters, we continue to be forward-looking in identifying concerns or differences that may improve the outcomes for women and men. But not only this. For radiation therapy, there are different cell reparative capacities based on sex. For diagnostics and biomarker development, there are sex-based differences in protein binding affinities, and there are different suggested cutoff values based on sex for diagnostic criteria for some conditions. For digital health, advances in artificial intelligence and machine learning are transforming our health systems and daily lives. AI and ML are being applied to mimic human cognitive functions to help improve diagnostic accuracy, assess response to interventions, and reliably predict prognosis. Yet despite these significant achievements, most algorithm designs ignore the sex or gender dimensions and their contributions to health and disease differences among individuals. Failure in accounting for these differences creates bias, generates suboptimal results, and produces mistakes. Well now, all of this is very interesting, you say. But why is this really important? What difference does it make for any individual? Where is the science? and how can I do anything about it? This is about personalized medicine. Personalized medicine is rooted in the belief that individuals possess unique characteristics at the molecular, physiological, and behavioral levels, and they may need interventions that are tailored to these unique characteristics. Data are one of the most important ingredients to move science forward. However, in many instances, the biomedical community may be learning a worldview that is narrow in focus, particularly if the available data do not represent a diverse set of patients. More simply, medical intervention may not best serve you if the data do not include you. Let's talk about representativeness and generalizability in data. Entertain the thought that each one of us is a diverse individual. For each of us, our sex, gender, age, genetic ancestry, and ethnicity have considerable impact on our health. Attributes of sex, age, and genetic ancestry are contained within the chromosomal complement of every cell and alter physiology at the molecular, cellular, and macroorganism level. These attributes, combined with gender and ethnicity, affect behavior, perception, health, and constitute relevant sources of variation in a number of clinical and subclinical conditions, affecting risk factors, prevalence, age of onset, symptomatology, prognosis, biomarkers, and treatment effectiveness. Sex and gender differences have been reported in numerous disorders, including cardiovascular disease, pulmonary dysfunction, neurological debility, irritable bowel syndrome, endocrine and autoimmune disorders, mental health, and may influence disease course and outcome in all organ systems of the body. There are older patients and pediatric patients with age-specific comorbidities, concomitant therapies, or development considerations that impact health. And genetic, ancestral, and ethnic groups experience different mortality rates for many health outcomes. So why is this important in experimental design? When you look at data in an aggregated form, you may think that an intervention had no or just modest effect. Or looking at one group only, you might think one thing. But that just may not be how it works for others. Global patterns of gene expression may differ across subgroups. For example, global patterns differ in males and females. Why is this? Although all sex differences stem ultimately from a sexual imbalance of X and Y genes, sex hormones cause sexual bias in gene expression by acting directly on genes throughout the genome. And we know this to be true for both humans and animals. In mice, the majority of actively expressed genes are sex-biased, representing 72% of actively expressed genes in the liver, 68% of those in adipose tissue, and 55% of those in the muscle. Now, these differences in level of expression are usually modest, with a mean difference of 8 to 9% in any one gene. However, this magnitude in the majority of genes might reflect fundamental sex differences in physiology. Again, in experimental design, when data are aggregated, you may think that an intervention had no effect, that this line of research had no medical benefit, no financial merit. Or looking at males only, you might think one thing. But that just may not be the case for females. Now, this may sound like pure hyperbole, but this is exactly what happened in models of ischemic stroke. The selective PARP1 inhibitor reduced total infarction in male mice, but increased ischemic damage in females. Let's dive into the science of sex and gender-based research. When we look at inclusion of women in clinical trials, great progress has been made since the 1990s, which brought about changes in government policies and regulation for inclusion. The FDA guidance on clinical evaluation of drugs called for inclusion of both males and females in clinical studies and analysis of effectiveness and adverse effects by sex and/or gender. FDAMA required FDA to develop guidance on inclusion of women in clinical trials. And the FDA has been doing well with inclusion of women on clinical trials. FDA's 907 report showed that for CDRH, women were overall well included on studies, with around 50% enrollment in trials that were not male or female-only studies, although there are differences by device type. And updated data remain consistent with this. However, the inclusion of women in clinical trials has always only been part of the story. For example, many of these studies may not have been powered enough to provide for a sex-specific analysis to discern a sex-based difference in study outcome. This not only hampers health care for women, but also for men when a potential male benefit is masked by the inclusion of women in a study without ability to discern a statistically significant outcome difference. Each of us has a sex, which has a profound influence on our daily lives, including our physiology and susceptibility to disease. Yet, biomedical science often assumes that basic physiological processes are similar in females and males, as evidenced by the huge predominance of biomedical studies in which only one sex is studied. In a review of sex bias in research on mammals in 10 biological fields, male bias was evident in 8 disciplines and most prominent in neuroscience, with single-sex studies of male animals outnumbering those of females 5.5 to 1. This is not just limited to the basic biological fields. Sex bias exists in basic science and translational surgical research. Kivy et al. Found that for female prevalent diseases, of those reports that stated sex, only 12% studied female animals. And while medical device trials do not necessarily follow these phases of development from cells to animals to humans per se, our thinking does. Let's go back to the cell. Proximate factors causing sex difference are chromosomal effects and hormone effects. Hormone effects can be further categorized as organizational and activational effects with permanent and long-term effects, respectively. Looking first at direct effects of X and Y genes, in the Y chromosome, there are genes for which there is no homologous counterpart, such as SRY, a major gene for testicular determination, and genes that have a homologous counterpart, RPS4Y. And while the X and Y isoforms are functionally equivalent, there is a 19 amino acid difference between the two. And the X chromosome is involved in many aspects of cellular function, metabolism, development, and growth. In the brain, in carcinogenesis, for the cardiovascular system, in cell regulation and metabolism, for the endocrine system, in hematology, in immunology, and of course, reproduction. Hormones regulate gene expression by way of their hormone receptors. The hormone receptor complex binds a hormone-responsive element, interacts through coactivators with the basal transcription machinery to increase the transcription of target genes in a hormone-dependent manner. In the heart, estrogen can act via the estrogen receptor and directly activate the transcription of genes containing an estrogen-responsive element in the nucleus of cardiac myocytes. Additionally, estrogen influences other signaling pathways in the heart, including calcium influx, growth factor receptor signaling, and nitric oxide production. Cardiovascular risks differ between women and men. Cholesterol plaque in women may not build up into major artery blockages, but instead spreads evenly throughout the artery wall. Cholesterol levels vary over the course of a woman's menstrual cycle. Women have twice the rate of heart failure with preserved ejection fraction. And it is well recognized that women with adverse pregnancy hypertensive outcomes have increased risk of cardiovascular disease later in life. Here is a schematic view of single segmental stenosis, figure A, versus a more diffuse narrowing, figure B, along the length of an artery. The condition in figure A is the classic representation of cardiovascular disease, while that in figure B is not appropriate for angioplasty, is harder to diagnose, and is more commonly seen in women. Clinically, these sex differences in cardiovascular disease have implications for utility of diagnostic tools. With conventional use of a troponin assay, myocardial infarction in women is correctly detected about half as often as in men. Changing the cutoff point improved test performance. In the brain, Testosterone causes significant sexual dimorphism, and sex differences exist in every brain lobe. Some structures are larger in the female brain. Others are larger in the male brain relative to cerebral size. There are differences in brain connectivity between females and males. In this study of myelization defects in the central nervous system, gestational nicotine increased expression of genes related to myelin production in males, but decreased them in females. CNS myelization effects are associated with various psychiatric disorders. Cell genesis is different in females and males in the telencephalon. Females have more neurons and astrocytes in the amygdala, and males have more hippocampal neurons. In the sexually dimorphic nucleus of the hypothalamus, estradiol protects cells from apoptosis. But in a different region of the hypothalamus, estrogen kills in a selective manner. Differences between the ability of male and female neurons to respond to oxidative stress and ischemia may provide an underlying mechanism for the observation that boys have a worse outcome following traumatic brain injury than girls. Male neurons are more sensitive to nitrositive stress and excitotoxicity versus female neurons. These observations are relevant to many CNS pathologies where nitrositive stress is thought to play an important role in cerebral ischemia and traumatic brain injury. In contrast, female neurons were more sensitive to etoposide and staurosporin-induced apoptosis versus male neurons. And there is an incapacity of male neurons to maintain intracellular levels of reduced glutathione, and reductant glutathione is a key protector from oxidative insult. And there are different pathways of cell death after ischemic stroke for male and female brain cells in mice, where female cells follow a caspase-dependent pathway to cell death, and male cells follow a caspase-independent path. There is distinct sexual dimorphism in other major organ systems of the body, in the kidneys, spleen, liver, and muscle. But there are common themes. Female cells are more sensitive to chemical-induced apoptosis, less sensitive to oxidative stress, and there are sex-based differences in cytochrome P450 profiles. Now, what this very busy slide is meant to show is that there is a broad array of essential functions that may be affected by dimorphic gene expression. For example, innate immunity, androgen sensitivity, mitochondrial function, etc. And this brings us back to what we see in medical devices across the center. In moving the science forward, our vision is sex and gender-specific analysis and reporting, and this is the first pillar of the Health of Women program. Simply put, to collect, analyze, and report data disaggregated by sex and/or gender. Keeping this question in mind, does sex and/or gender affect the observation? If no, why not? If yes, how? Now, what is the basis of this? In 2012, the FDASIA Section 907 directed the FDA to address to what extent clinical trial participation and safety and effectiveness data by demographic subgroups are included in applications submitted to FDA. And in the following year, the respondent FDA report provided the composition of clinical study participants by sex. For CDRH, 88% of pre-market approval applications included data analyzed by sex. And for 63% of these PMAs, results were reported publicly. And we can build on this because the science is ready. There has been an exponential expansion of basic science evidence and clinical data to support the concept that sex is a basic biological variable, every cell has a sex, and that gender is a valid clinical variable. And scientists are primed. Policies are in place. Here at FDA, in 1998, regulation required sex analysis for new drug applications. In 2014, the FDASIA Action Plan announced the FDA plan to improve the completeness and quality of demographic subgroup data collection, reporting, and analysis, and to make these data more available and transparent. Also in 2014, the CDRH guidance outlined FDA's expectation regarding sex-specific patient enrollment, data analysis, and reporting of study information. And across the department in 2016, the NIH policy on sex as a biological variable went into effect. And in 2017, this was reinforced with the 21st Century Cures Act. But here's the thing. We do not want the innovator or researcher to adhere to a guidance just to adhere to a guidance. We want the innovator or researcher to truly consider, to rethink how, if at all, sex and/or gender may be playing a role in their work, in their observations, in their experimental materials, in their study design, in the data, and how the data are analyzed, and how the data are interpreted, and of course, in how the data are reported. In this way, medical devices and diagnostics will work best in the populations for which they were intended. We want innovators and researchers to consider and explain how sex and/or gender are factored into research designs, device development, and analysis of studies in humans, vertebrate animals, tissue cultures, and primary cell lines. This applies to research throughout the total product life cycle. Of course, this is balanced by a least burdensome approach. But the science can drive us, and it starts with collecting, analyzing, and reporting data in a sex and/or gender disaggregated manner. Now, we recognize that the absence of data does not mean there is an absence of knowledge, and this very fact reinforces the need to report what is known. The benefit to CDRH and stakeholders is it positions CDRH well at the forefront of science and streamlines process and saves resources for innovators and researchers. Streamlines process provides a consistent approach for research consideration, study design, analysis, and reporting across the government. Saves resources. Considering the possible role of sex and/or gender early in the product life cycle may save money by revealing differences or similarities that need to be taken into consideration in subsequent phases of development. Improves data quality. Well-characterized data, more valid results, helps innovators and researchers develop safer, more effective, high-quality devices for their intended populations, and helps CDRH achieve better surveillance and signal detection. Strengthens science. Expands availability of sex and gender-specific data. Allows innovators and researchers to more readily build on a stronger body of knowledge, and enhances efficiency of future research and device development. The principal objective is to spark innovation, never stifle it. Innovators and researchers are not being asked to generate more data, but to generate the hypotheses derived from analyzing and reporting data they already have. The intent is for a unified process to optimize consistency and transparency in collecting, analyzing, and reporting the data for all substratifications, such as age, genetic ancestry, and ethnicity, in addition to sex and gender, as these subgroups are related in statutory requirements and overlap in individuals and studies. And it all boils down to this simple request, for everyone to raise the question, does sex and/or gender affect your observation? If no, why not? If yes, how? This is how we can all move the science forward. In January 2022, as part of FDA's continued commitment to protect and promote the health of all women, CDRH shared its Health of Women Program Strategic Plan. The strategic plan was innovated through the efforts of so many across CDRH and with the public. In the strategic plan, CDRH outlines 3 priority areas to protect and promote the health of all women. Priority 1, sex and gender-specific analysis and reporting. Priority 2, an integrated approach for current and emerging issues related to the health of women. And Priority 3, a research roadmap. It is important to include all populations, including underrepresented populations, in our clinical trials and our data sets. But not only this, It is also important to analyze the data disaggregated by subgroups to better inform the science and drive development of innovations, diagnostic tools, and prognostic models that perform best in all populations for which intervention is intended. This is about improving data quality, strengthening the science, and enriching patient information. The study of sex and gender as valid clinical variables is key to better science and ultimately better health for everyone. Knowledge check number 1. Science increasingly reveals that sex and gender differences may play significant roles in the course and outcome of conditions that affect all human organ systems. True or false? The answer is true. Knowledge check number 2. Sex and gender are synonymous terms in biomedical research. True or false? The answer is false. Sex is a classification derived from the chromosomal complement. Gender is a person's self-representation as male, female, or other. Knowledge check number 3. To move the science forward, a critical question for innovators and researchers to ask should be, does sex and/or gender affect the observation? If yes, how? If no, why not? True or false? The answer is true. You may find out more about the strategic plan and how to engage with the CDRH Health of Women program by visiting our website. You may also contact us at cdrhhealthofwomen@fda.hhs.gov. On behalf of myself, the Health of Women Steering Committee, and the Health of Women program, I thank you. I will now open the mic for questions.
Terry, thank you for that really remarkable presentation. I just have to start us off with the Q&A. We did get a comment in the Q&A portal. I would like to read it out, which says, it's good to see that FDA is focused on the differences that sex and gender plays in our health and outcomes. This person really enjoyed your talk, as certainly did I and others. So first, thank you so much for joining us and for presenting this very remarkably new program. So with that, let's get started with our question and answer segment. Our first question for you: must researchers and innovators make every study equal for males and females?
Well, hello, everyone, and thank you so very much for that question. The answer is not necessarily. It depends on the medical device and the scientific question at hand. That is, how sex and gender may influence the study observation, and whether you are able to discern a sex or gender-based distinction when science indicates that that is appropriate. In some instances, your targeted accrual may depend on the sex or gender-based prevalence of disease, or your research question may pertain to only one sex or gender, or it may pertain to the entire population for which the device is intended. As researchers and innovators, it's important to strive for a better understanding of sex and gender as valid clinical modifiers.
Thank you, Terry. Our next question for you. In addition to sex differences, you noted in your presentation gender differences in many disorders and diseases. Can you give us an example of a gender difference?
Oh, there are many. There are gender-based differences in mental health. For example, the prevalence of unipolar and bipolar depression, anxiety, schizophrenia, and suicide. There are gender-based differences related to the entire pain experience, including assessment and management. And this includes gender-based differences in stress-induced hyperalgesia and analgesia, psychiatric stressors and the physiological responses to stress and pain, endogenous opioid function, and pain reporting. There are gender-based differences in patient-centered outcomes, patient preferences for devices, substance abuse, and risk behavior. There are gender-based differences in healthcare utilization, for example, delays in seeking care for cardiac and cerebral episodes, and this has impact on stage of disease at presentation, success of your intervention, and the clinical episode sequela. Now, while sex and gender are distinct terms, it's important to recognize that sex and gender are interrelated and not always mutually exclusive. For instance, both sex and gender and their interactions may induce epigenetic events such as in stress response and resultant physiological cascades. Now, as the science progresses and more sex and gender specific data are accessible, innovators and researchers will better comprehend how to study the interaction of sex and gender, and will continue to identify possible sex and gender specific differences throughout the total product life cycle.
Thank you, Terry. Let's go on to our next question. Given the definitions that you shared with us of sex and gender, does this mean for our audience that the clinical trials that they conduct, should these trials collect, track, and report on both of these categories?
The answer is that it really depends on the research question that you are asking. In other words, if the research question is a sex-based question, then you are reporting sex-based data. If the research question is a gender-based question, then you are reporting gender-based data. And if your research question is really entails an interaction of both or both, then you should report both sex-based and gender-based data. So it really depends on the science, and you're letting that drive what the information, the data that you're collecting, analyzing, and reporting.
All right, thank you. And as a quick sort of follow-up to that question, anecdotally, may you share, do current clinical trials typically collect data on gender?
That's really a very interesting question. It is recognized that even when the question at hand is a sex-based question, that is based in physiology, that often the way we ascertain that data is actually gender-driven. In other words, we will ask an individual to identify themselves, and that's data that is based on gender, and that's fine. But what you do is you acknowledge that and you report that in the description of your data. And while you have acknowledged that, that's actually a great revelation, because that helps you in driving, if you will, further development in your own science space.
Thank you. We may have time for one more question. We'll try to get one or two. So with our next question, with observed different responses to treatments that are sex-based, what ramifications does that have to the applicability of obtained results of preclinical research in cases where animals that were used were of only one sex?
That is such an excellent question, and I really want to thank those who submitted this forward, because here's the thing. Non-clinical data drives clinical trial development. In other words, that we derive our information for clinical studies based on non-clinical data. So it's really important that the non-clinical data is really telling us the science in the best way possible. And as you are developing your clinical studies, if you recognize that the non-clinical information may not reflect all of the populations that you really want to look at in your clinical study, then this is a time to step back and think about what information must you consider in that clinical study development, so that the outcomes and the results and the analysis of that really most accurately reflects the state of the science and your medical device interaction with the population that for which you are intending. But the excellent question is that it's very important that our non-clinical information is giving us the best information to help drive our clinical studies. Thank you.
Thank you. I do want to sneak in this one last question. I think it's a great one to wrap us up for the day. How does the Health of Women program hope to influence clinicians in their medical practice to improve the outcomes of the overall health of women? Your thoughts on this question?
I think that for our clinicians, and so many of them are so ahead of us on this, because your clinician is really looking for that personalized medicine approach and really wanting to make sure that the information that they have, that the data that is generated will serve best the individual in front of them, that being an individual irrespective of their sex or irrespective of their gender. And so that really speaks to making sure that we give our clinicians the best tools based on the best science that we have, so that they can help to assure the best safety and effectiveness in the individual that's in front of them. So it's really a whole collaborative effort across this entire public health enterprise, and involving our scientists and our clinicians and our innovators and our public, and really all of us in helping to move the science forward and promoting the aspect that we want to make sure that the data includes you so that it can serve you.
Thank you, Terry. Thank you for answering that last question. That will wrap up this wonderful topic. And I'd like to turn it back to you, Terry, for your final thoughts to our audience.
Well, thank you so very much. I think that the greatest takeaway from all of this is I want to leave you all with this thought, that for each of us, our sex and gender are valid clinical variables. In other words, what we thought were mere demographic modifiers are actually valid clinical variables. And these, along with age, race, and ethnicity. So as scientists and innovators and reviewers and consumers, we should consider whether these attributes affect our study observations. I'd like to thank you all, and I return it back over to you.
Thank you, Terry. Thank you so much. You get the final word for our morning session. And one final thing from your talk. I loved your pearls of wisdom. Just so remarkable. Things to remember and carry forward. So with that, this will take us into our break. For those of us on the East Coast, this is our lunch break. We will be breaking for about an hour, and we will return with you together at 12:45 Eastern Time. That's about an hour from now. We will continue this wonderful part of part one as we continue the devices track. So again, thank you for joining us. Thank you for all the great questions and interactions so far. There's more great things to come. We'll see you soon. All right, welcome back, everyone. Thank you for joining us and returning for the continuation of the REdI Devices track, Part 1, Getting Your Product to Market. First, I wanted to share a couple of quick admin items before we get started with our next presentation. I dropped into the chat a link to the website where all of our sessions will be recorded and posted after the conference. If you want to write it down, it's www.fda.gov/REdI2022. Okay, so it's www.fda.gov/REdI2022. Please check that out. Recordings are also being made and posted directly onto YouTube, essentially right now as we're going live. Number 2, your feedback is really critical to our program success, both for this year and for the future. Please take the time out to fill out the surveys. We have surveys for each presentation and segment, as well as for the overall conference. So please take the time. It really means a lot to us. We take care in reviewing all of your feedback. All right, so with that, let us get started. So as we started the morning and the theme of the day of evolution and generational changes from devices from one to the next, let's review sort of what we've already covered. We started with our first presentation, which gave us a sort of foundational background on resources, getting us started. That was from Kim Piermatio. And then we got a little technical into a discussion about materials and extractables and chemical characterization by Burke Oaktam. Then we switched gears and covered a couple of new emerging programs. The first one was the Breakthrough Devices Program and STEP programs by Wided Rouabi. And then we followed that up by really a delightful introductory conversation about the CDRH Health of Women program by Dr. Terry Corneliuson. So those are our first 4 sessions. We've got 2 more to go for the Part 1 segment. And so to kick off this afternoon, we're delighted really to have this really important topic focusing on a prolific submission type that you're very likely to be considering as you are thinking of your regulatory strategy. This topic is 510K submission types and reason for conversion. This is certainly a topic that comes up a lot during questions we get into the Division of Industry and Consumer Education. I am delighted to introduce you to our speaker today, Melissa Hall, who is a policy analyst and regulatory expert for the 510K, 513G device termination programs in the Division of Regulatory Programs 1 in the Office of Regulatory Programs, that's ORP, in CDRH's Super Office, the Office of Product Evaluation and Quality. In this role, Melissa interprets, updates, and develops policies related to the 510K and 513G submission programs. Melissa has had really an illustrious career so far at the center. She has spent her time as a lead reviewer, primarily of orthopedic spinal devices, then as an assistant director for spinal devices in the Office of Orthopedic Devices in OPEC. Melissa also spent some time in our own division as a consumer safety officer in the Division of Industry and Consumer Education, where she devoted her time to educate external stakeholders just like yourselves on all of the various resources and regulatory requirements, getting products to market. The last trivia note I'll mention is we have been doing REdI in a fully virtual program for the essentially 3 years of COVID, and Melissa is one of our few presenters who has presented for all 3 of those years. So that's sort of a fun tip. So with that, I turn you into the delightful hands of Melissa Hall and our presentation, Session 4, 510K submission types and reasons for conversion.
Thank you, Elias. I'm here today to discuss the different 510K submission types and highlight some common reasons we will convert. I'm sure many of you listening right now may feel this way when it comes to submitting a 510K. And you're trying to figure out, which type of submission you should be sending in. Well, I'm here to help, and I'm hoping some of the information that I talk about today will help you in this journey. I'll first provide a high-level overview of the 510K process. Then we will discuss the different 510K submission types. We're then going to go into some common reasons for conversion and apply the concepts we have learned to a real-life example. All right, so let's get started with the overview of the 510K process. So what is a 510K? A 510K is a pre-market submission made to the FDA to demonstrate that the device to be marketed is at least as safe and effective or substantially equivalent to a legally marketed device that is not subject to a PMA. This is referenced in the Code of Federal Regulation in the section listed at the bottom of this slide. And all references I will actually be mentioning throughout this presentation will have the URLs noted on the resources slides at the end of this presentation. So interestingly, the name 510K actually comes from the section 510K of the Federal Food and Drug and Cosmetic Act. This statute states that a 510K is required to be submitted by persons proposing to introduce a device intended for human use into interstate commerce. A few fun facts here. So the 510K program is the biggest pre-market program in CDRH. FDA receives about 3,000 510K submissions a year, and approximately 90% are found to be substantially equivalent, or SE, and go to market. So when is a 510K required? A 510K is needed when you are introducing a device to market for the first time, when you're making modifications to a device that could affect the safety or effectiveness of the device. For example, if you're changing the intended use of the product, such as the patient population or maybe the labeling of the device from prescription use to over-the-counter use, when you're reprocessing of a single-use device, when a third party or a hospital decides that they're going to reprocess and reuse a single-use device, we need to see a 510K for that. I have cited the single-use device guidance below for your reference. The 2017 guidance deciding when to submit a 510K for a change to an existing device is an excellent resource to determine if the modifications you are making to your device should result in a 510K submission. So let's look at the process and the MDUFA timelines associated with this process when your submission reaches FDA. So you'll see that I've indicated FDA days in the boxes, which is the time the submission is on FDA's desk. FDA's performance goal is to render a final decision on 510K submissions within 90 cumulative calendar days. I say 90 cumulative calendar days because the submission may be placed on hold at designated points during the review to request additional information from the applicant. When the submission is on hold, the FDA days are paused. The FDA days then will resume when the 510K submitter provides a complete response to the hold. We receive the submission and we perform an administrative quality check within the first 15 days. This is known as the RTA review or refuse to accept process. If the submission does not pass the RTA review, it will go on hold and the company will be notified of any outstanding issues that need to be addressed before the submission can be reviewed. Companies have 180 calendar days to respond to this request. And to learn more about the RTA policies, please visit the guidance I've noted here at the bottom of this page and the resources page at the end of the presentation. So once the submission passes that RTA review, it goes on to what we call the substantive review, which means the reviewer is looking at the submission in detail and assessing whether the subject device is SE, substantially equivalent, to the cited predicate. The FDA has 60 days, which includes that 15-day RTA review process that we just talked about, to determine whether additional information is needed. If it is needed, and then the submission will go on hold again, and the company has 180 days to respond to the request for additional information. Once the company actually responds, the FDA has an additional 30 days to review and make a final decision whether the device is or is not SE to another marketed device. So when you're conducting a 510K review, FDA utilizes the decision-making flowchart, which is shown on the left here. And this is found in the guidance evaluating substantial equivalence in pre-market submissions. The decision questions in the flowchart are answered in order. The questions are walked through with the primary predicate. The comparison of the subject device to the predicate must make it through the entire flowchart to be considered SE. This chart and the guidance are both excellent resources for you to use in preparing your submission. Now that we understand the 510K process, let's take a look at the different types of 510K submissions. There are three main categories of submission types: traditional, abbreviated, and special, which are all utilized for different situations. I will also talk about the subset of the abbreviated 510K pathway, which is known as the safety and performance pathway. Then I will explain the third-party review program because it is relevant even though it is not of a specific submission type. We will talk about each of these bullets in more detail in the next few slides. So it's important to understand a few things before talking about the different submission types. All 510K submissions must identify a predicate, and they must include content to demonstrate SE to that cited predicate or predicates. Some differences you will notice between submission types is the FDA review timeframe goals, the RTA checklist and criterion, and the type of data that is needed to support SE. For example, some 510K submission types only require summary reports, and some require the full test reports for review. A traditional 510K is the most common submission type that is used for any original 510K that introduces a new device to market or for a change to a previously cleared device that would not be eligible for a special 510K. More on that submission type shortly, okay? A traditional 510K typically includes the most comprehensive amount of content in the submission. For example, full test reports are needed with graphs, raw data, images, etc. for review. The recommended content and format for a traditional 510K are described in the guidance format for traditional and abbreviated 510Ks. This submission type has a 90-day review clock associated with it. And remember, FDA days does not account for the time a submission is on hold for either RTA or AINNN. An abbreviated 510K is similar to a traditional in that it is also a 90-day FDA review clock. However, the submission does not include full test reports and relies on FDA-recognized consensus standards or guidance documents or special controls to determine substantial equivalence. If an abbreviated submission relies on FDA guidance documents or special controls, you should include a summary report that describes how the guidance documents were used to demonstrate substantial equivalence or how the device complies with the special controls. Appendix A in this guidance noted at the bottom of the slide gives great examples for these summary reports. And I'm also going to show one later on in this presentation. So if an abbreviated is submitted that relies on voluntary consensus standards, you can provide a declaration of conformity as recommended by the guidance document, appropriate use of voluntary consensus standards in pre-market submissions for medical devices. You should also include the basis of such use along with the underlying information or data to support how the standard was used. So the incentive for manufacturers to provide summary reports describing the use of the guidance documents, special controls, or the appropriate use of voluntary consensus standards is intended to help facilitate your 510K submission process. This will in turn likely lead to a more efficient review than that of a traditional 510K submission. Now for the safety and performance-based pathway, which, as I mentioned, is an expansion of the concept of the abbreviated 510K pathway for certain well-understood device types. Just like the abbreviated and traditional, there's a 90-day FDA review clock. And under this pathway, a medical device manufacturer uses FDA-identified performance criteria to demonstrate that a device is as safe and effective as a predicate. So this removes the requirement for direct predicate comparison testing for some performance characteristics. And let's look at the eligibility criteria that is outlined in the guidance shown here at the bottom of the slide. The first eligibility criteria for this pathway is that it needs to be one of these 7 device types. Of note, the newest additions are denture-based resin and facet screw systems. There is also currently 1 draft guidance out for comment for soft daily wear contact lenses. The FDA will continue to issue guidances to apply these safety and performance-based pathways to additional types of devices that have corresponding FDA-identified performance criteria. And you actually can suggest different device types for which the FDA should be considering to identify performance criteria. For example, industry may suggest devices for which there are comprehensive FDA-recognized consensus standards. We encourage, industry and other stakeholders to submit evidence-based suggestions on what the performance criteria should be for eligible device types. And the input that you may have can be provided using the docket number mentioned here, which is the FDA 2018 D1387. You'll find that at the regulations.gov website. So now let's take a look at the other eligibility criteria to consider. So once you determine your device is one of those device types I've listed on the previous slide, the next considerations are to determine if the new device has the same indications for use and the same technological characteristics that do not raise different questions of safety and effectiveness. In addition, your device needs to meet all of the FDA-identified performance criteria outlined in the guidance for that device type. This pathway is a relatively new addition and has been very successful in streamlining the review process for both the submitters and the FDA reviewers. So next, let's talk about the special 510K submission type. A special 510K is one in which a sponsor makes a modification to their own previously cleared device. One of the common questions we get from stakeholders is whether they can submit a special for a modification to a device they do not own. The answer is no. It has to be their own device. Some changes to indications for use that fall within the same intended use would be appropriate for a special, and some differences in technology may also be appropriate for a special that rely on well-established methods, and only a summary level of information is needed that focuses on the modifications to the device. Since the amount of data needed for review in the special 510K is intended to be less than a traditional, namely the summary level data would be reviewed, or there's no data that needs to be reviewed for the change. FDA aims to conduct that review within 30 FDA review clock. Let's take a look at what well-established methods are and an example of what a summary or risk analysis table would look like. Methods in general are procedures that are followed. And then when we talk about methods in terms of medical devices and SE determination, these typically are lab or benchtop testing. And then when we say well-established methods, we mean methods that were used in previously cleared 510Ks, methods outlined in FDA-recognized consensus standards, or methods that are widely available or accepted in that particular device field. Or they're outlined in maybe other pre-market submission types. The other criteria for a special 510K is whether the data from the well-established methods can be reviewed in summary or risk analysis format. As part of the adherence to the quality systems regulation, which is 21 CFR 820, manufacturers should be conducting verification and validation activities for any device changes, aka we call these design inputs, as part of their adherence with the quality systems regulation. So in some cases, a summary of those V&V activities can be utilized to support the SE determination. Examples of what summary or risk analysis format may look like are outlined in the special 510K guidance in Appendix C. I will also show an example in my case study. Lastly, for this section, I want to introduce the 510K third-party review program, which isn't a submission type, but it's another method of submitting your 510K. It's a voluntary alternative review process in which an accredited third-party review organizations are allowed to review certain low to moderate risk medical devices. These eligible devices are identified in the device types regulation. And the program is intended to help yield more rapid 510K decisions and to allow the FDA to focus its resources on higher risk devices while still maintaining oversight of the review of the lower risk devices eligible for the third-party review. I encourage you to explore the resources page at the end of the presentation to see who the accredited third parties are and the eligible device types. The guidance also gives great detail of the program and how to use it. And if you have any questions about the program, you can reach out to the third-party group at the email address here. Let's take a look at these topics I've just covered side by side. A traditional 510K. It's the most common type of submission. It has a 90-day review clock, and all data is provided in that submission. An abbreviated 510K, similar to a traditional in that it also has a 90-day review clock. However, the submission does not include the full test reports, and it relies on FDA-recognized consensus standards, guidance documents, or special controls to determine SE. The safety and performance pathway is an expansion of the abbreviated. Also has a 90-day review clock. There are specific device guidances that outline the FDA-identified performance criteria that need to be met. A special 510K is one in which a sponsor makes modifications to their own previously cleared device. It's typically reviewed in 30 days because only summary level data is provided focusing on the modifications to the device. And the third-party review is an alternative submission to the accredited third party for certain identified low to moderate risk devices. It is reviewed by the third party in 30 days, and then it's sent to FDA for supervisory review. The identified devices eligible for this program relies on standards, guidances, or special controls. There are guidance documents for each of these outlined and can be found on the resources page. All right, so that was a lot of information I have just covered. So let's do a knowledge check. What is the FDA MDUFA review time for a safety and performance pathway submission? A, 30 days, B, 60 days, or C, 90 days? I'll give you a second to think about this. So the answer is C, 90 days. The safety and performance pathway is an expansion of the abbreviated 510K program, which also shares a 90-day FDA review clock. Now that we've covered the different submission types, let's take a look at some common reasons that conversions from one submission to another happens. And I'm hoping that with sharing this information, it's going to help you in your future submission preparation so you can avoid delays in review. So when a special 510K comes in and the change is not for something that there are no well-established methods for, the testing conducted to evaluate the changes cannot be reviewed in summary or risk analysis format, or the device is not the submitter's own device, then the submission will be converted. And this typically does occur during the RTA phase, and when it's converted, it is typically converted to a traditional. If a submission from an abbreviated, which includes the safety and performance pathway, comes in with summary reports that do not reference guidance, special controls, or standards, then it will be converted to a traditional as well. To bring these lessons to life that we've just learned, I'm going to go ahead and walk through a real example here. So the scenario is a sponsor is submitting a special 510K for a modification to their own spinal metal bone screw to now offer them as a terminally sterilized via gamma irradiation that was previously only supplied non-sterile and sterilized by the end user. In addition, the sponsor is also adding a smaller screw length offering. The indications for use and the materials of construct remain unchanged from the clearance from the manufacturer's existing device. To determine whether these changes would be appropriate for a special 510K, we're going to go ahead and utilize this chart that's in the special 510K guidance. The relevant questions that you're going to be asking: A, is it a change to the manufacturer's own device? Yes. We know that the submitter is the manufacturer of the predicate device in this scenario. Now for the next 3 questions, we're going to answer as we go through the next few slides. I'm just going to give an overview of what the questions are real quick here though. So the next question is B, are performance data needed to evaluate the change? C, is there a well-established method to evaluate the change? And D, can the data be reviewed in a summary or risk analysis format? So the second question, B, are performance data needed to evaluate the change? I'll walk through the sterilization change first, then the additional screw length. So for the sterilization change, yes, an evaluation of biocompatibility, sterility, pyrogenicity, package integrity, and shelf life to support the proposed sterilization change should be provided. Since there have been no changes to the material from the cleared device, the sponsor has decided to provide a scientifically based rationale that gamma irradiation does not impact the material composition or properties of this metal device, per the recommendations in the FDA guidance, use of international standard ISO 10993-1, the biological evaluation of medical devices. Now for the smaller screw length. Yes, performance data is needed in the form of finite element analysis or mechanical testing evaluations. In this case, the sponsor provided finite element analysis summary data to support their position that no new worst case has been created compared to the cleared device. So the next question we're going to ask here, is there a well-established method to evaluate the change? Yes, there are FDA guidances that can be utilized to support both of these changes. Then we go on to the final question. Can the data be reviewed in summary or risk analysis format? Yes, for the sterilization change, because the methods are standardized. SE determination does not depend on the agency's interpretation of the underlying data, such as images, raw graphs, or line item data. The FDA guidance submission of review of sterility information in pre-market notification 510K submissions for devices labeled as sterile discusses how sterilization validation, package integrity, and pyrogenicity information can be summarized in a 510K submission. Now for the smaller screw length change. The answer would be no. For the smaller screw length, because FDA does not believe that data can be placed in a summary format when fatigue to failure testing involves the review of graphic images to interpret the failure modes that are observed during the testing. SE determination would depend on the underlying data, such as the images, raw graphs, or line data. Therefore, the decision on whether these changes would be appropriate for a special is no. Because the change in screw length requires review of the underlying data, which is inappropriate for a review as a special, the file would be converted to a traditional 510K. So now let's put our thinking caps on to answer this knowledge check question. If the device change that I just noted was only the sterilization method, could that have been reviewed as a special? Is it A, yes, B, no, or C, it depends? I'll give you a second to think about this. The answer would be yes. Because the methods are standardized, the results can be summarized, and the SE determination does not depend on the agency's interpretation of the underlying data, such as images, raw graphs, or line item data. As I mentioned before, the FDA guidance submission and review of sterility information and pre-market notifications for devices labeled as sterile discusses how the sterilization validation, packaging integrity, and pyrogenicity information can be summarized in a 510K submission. These next 2 pages include the URLs for the resources I have mentioned throughout this presentation. This is the first of 2. And here is the second page. So in summary, I have provided you all a high-level overview of the 510K process. I've described the different 510K submission types and also gave a quick overview of the third-party review program. I also discussed some common reasons for conversions between submission types, and then we applied these key concepts that we learned to a real-life conversion example. Thank you so much for joining me for this presentation. Let's now take some of your questions.
All right, Melissa, thank you so much for that great presentation and your insights. A lot of great content we covered, and we got a lot of questions from you all during this particular presentation, not surprisingly. So Melissa, if you hang in there with me, let's try to get through as many of our questions as we can. And first, let me welcome you back, 3rd year in a row, back to REdI. So our first question for you, how do I know if I need to submit a 510K at all?
Thank you so much, Elias. Yes, it's great to be back for my 3rd year. Hopefully there's more to come soon in the future as well. So to answer that question, I actually answered that towards the beginning of my presentation, but I'm happy to reiterate. Basically, you need to submit a 510K when you're introducing a device to market for the first time, if you're making modifications to a device that could affect safety or effectiveness, and if you are reprocessing of a single-use device. One of the guidances that I mentioned that would be really helpful in determining whether your modification would need a 510K is the deciding when to submit a 510K for a change to an existing device.
Thank you, Melissa. We had a few questions that came in really related to this same theme, so I will just ask it once here. Can you talk a little bit about the requirement or inclusion of clinical data in a 510K? Is it required? Is it optional? Can you talk about that a little bit?
Yes. So not all 510Ks are going to require clinical data. It's really dependent on the device type, the changes you're making. Some things to consider is maybe similar devices that are on the market. You can kind of take a look at those 510K summaries. I believe Kim Piermadio mentioned them earlier this morning, some of the databases that you can utilize. So you can take a look there. And also if you kind of have an idea that you're going to need some sort of clinical data to support SE of your device, but you're not quite sure about your study design. Another thing to consider is to submit a pre-submission to the FDA, which is free of charge, and you can get advice from FDA prior to actually submitting your marketing application, which would obviously save you lots of money on already running a study and having to redo some things. So it's a great program to consider if you already know that you're going to be doing some clinical studies.
All right, thank you. Let's keep going with these questions. My company produces a device that is Class 2 exempt. Does this mean that we're exempt from a 510K submission?
That's a good question. So there are obviously class 1 and class 2 some devices that are 510K exempt. But for those specific device types in the regulations, there will be the limitations of the exemptions that are outlined in the whatever the regulation is within the ending of 0.9. And in those exemptions, you kind of have to take a look and see if you exceed those limitations. If you do, then you likely would need a 510K.
All right, thank you. Our next question goes back to the special 510K. Can I use the special 510K process platform using the predicate from another company, another device, and not my own?
No, you cannot actually. So for a special, you are actually making modifications to your own device.
All right, thank you. We're going to continue another question related to specials. This setup is this. I have a device that navigated through the regulatory process as a de novo. It was then classified as class 2, so it's on the market, legally marketed. May I use the special 510K program for modifications to that device? Or must the special be from a device that went through the 510K process originally?
That's a really good question. I haven't had experience with this, but my assumption, since once you go through the de novo process, it is then considered a device that can be used for a predicate in a 510K. So if you are trying to make modifications to that device, I would believe that you would be able to submit a special if it meets the criteria outlined in a special for that particular device that was granted a de novo.
All right, thank you for that. For our next question, is there any change to the review timeline if a special 510K comes in and then gets converted to a traditional 510K during the RTA review process? For example, does the RTA 15-day timeline, is that repeated as it gets converted to a traditional?
So if you submit a special and it's converted, usually the conversion is happening during the RTA phase where the reviewer is determining it's not really appropriate for a special. So if they, and it would likely be put on hold. So when it's put on hold, when it comes back in after the after you have responded to the questions that were asked in the RTA hold, it would not repeat that RTA phase. It would continue on with the traditional timeline for traditional 510K.
All right, thank you. Let's try to squeeze in a couple more questions before we're done for this next one. What happens when the review of a traditional 510K goes beyond the MDUFA review goal date that's been established? Will the applicant be notified?
Yeah, so this is something we try and avoid as much as possible. We want to meet our requirements for the MDUFA agreements. But if it does go beyond that MDUFA goal, yes, the sponsor, the company is notified of that. And we continue to work towards a resolution.
All right, excellent. Let me leave you with this one last question. The question here is asking about when to submit a 510K or a 513G. For certain class 1 exempt devices, can a 513G request lead to a 510K being granted without actually submitting a 510K itself?
That's a little bit of a tricky question there. Okay, so if you are submitting a 513G, typically 513Gs, The goal of those is to determine whether a device or whether a product is considered a medical device. And if so, what would the likely pathway be for that medical device? So usually in 513Gs, you don't have all the information needed to actually make a determination of SE. Remember, for a 510K submission, you have to have a predicate to support your SE decision. So it's not possible to have a 513G that would then lead to a 510K decision that would be cleared for that device.
All right, thank you very much, Melissa. That will be our last question for you for this segment. Thank you for all those great questions that came in, very interesting ones, different scenarios. Let me turn it back to you, Melissa, for your final thoughts and your call to action for our audience.
Yes, thank you again, Elias, and all of you for your questions. They were great questions, and if you do have ones that weren't answered, we will do our best to answer the ones that didn't make it through this Q&A session. So what I want you to remember as leaving this presentation, you want to be able to review and understand the various 510K submission types, and then be able to apply the appropriate guidances, the special controls, and the standards to your particular device to make a complete and thorough submission. That's it. Thank you so much.
Melissa, thank you so much for your presentation. And with that, we will continue with our final topic for part 1 of the REdI Devices track. Again, we have more sessions after this one, so please stay, do not leave. But it is our pleasure to introduce you to our final presentation for part 1. And again, on the theme of evolution and innovation, this is going to take sort of innovation in a different direction, where we at the FDA, again, are innovating and developing technologies to help our process as well. So with that, it's my pleasure to present you with session 6, eStar CDRH's PDF template for pre-market submissions. Our presenter here is Dr. Lily Duan, who is a policy analyst in a relatively new division that was just formed about a month ago in the Division of Regulatory Programs 4 in the Office of Regulatory Programs, ORP. Again, that's in CDRH's super office, the Office of Product Evaluation and Quality, or OPEC. In this role, Dr. Duan is a member of the Tools and Templates team, where she develops and implements various device-related templates for both internal FDA reviewers, as well as you, our external applicants. Lily's been with the FDA since 2012, and prior to that, she was just like you all who are attending us today in the medical device industry in various capacities. So with this, it's my pleasure to bring you to our 6th session for part 1, eStar CDRH's PDF template for pre-market submissions.
Thank you for the introduction. And hello, welcome to the eStar presentation. I look forward to sharing this excellent tool with you for your pre-market submissions. In the submission preparation process, you may find yourself unsure of what's needed, or may be confused by which policy or regulation is applicable to your device. If you wish an expert can hold your hands and guide you through the maze of this process, eStar is what you need. eStar stands for Electronic Submission Template and Resource. Since 2020, CDRH has introduced this free program to help you prepare comprehensive and complete pre-market submissions. To help you gain a clear understanding of eStar, I will cover the following topics in this talk. First of all, I will explain what is eStar. Next, I'll show you how to download the eStar template. After you download eStar onto your computer, how to enter data into eStar. After you complete eStar, how to submit it to FDA. And finally, I will also explain eStar review timeline. I hope after this presentation, you will be able to download the eStar template and start using it as a tool and a resource for your pre-market submission. Let's start with the eStar definition. As mentioned earlier, eStar stands for Electronic Submission Template and Resource. So from the name, you can tell eStar is a template. In fact, it's a dynamic PDF template, meaning the contents will change according to the answers provided to the template. The purpose of this template is for pre-market submissions. So if you are an applicant who plans to send pre-market submissions to FDA, eStar is the tool built for you. At the same time, eStar is more than a submission template. It also contains valuable resources to guide you through the pre-market submissions. We have built help text, pop-up message, integrated database, policies, and procedures into eStar. So once you enter your device-specific information into an eStar, you will be able to find all relevant resources related to your device. Therefore, you don't need to wait until you are completely ready to assemble your pre-market submission to download eStar. Instead, you can download eStar now and enter your device-specific information into it and use it as a resource to help you understand FDA's requirements or guidance relevant to your device. You may wonder why CDRH offers this free eStar program. It's because we want to help our external customers, for example, the pre-market submission submitters, as well as our internal customers, that is, our reviewers. eStar enhances submission quality by guiding the submitters through their preparation process. With the standardized format, integrated resources, and automatic verifications, eStar is like an expert, showing the submitter what's needed and why it is needed. Therefore, it helps submitters provide quality, comprehensive data for pre-market review. In addition, eStar helps CDRH conduct pre-market reviews more efficiently. You may have heard that our review teams use a set of templates called SMART templates to review pre-market submissions. The content and the structure of eStar complement our internal SMART templates. Therefore, eStar ensures submitters provide what the reviewers are expecting to review, and also helps the reviewer find the information they need more efficiently. Since eStar was deployed 2 years ago, we have received many positive feedback from both external applicants and internal reviewers, confirming the benefits of using eStar for pre-market submissions. Next, let me show you where to find eStar and how to download it. We have a designated website for eStar. If you search for Voluntary eStar Program online, you will be able to find this website easily. Here's the address of this website. On this site, you will find the links for the eStar templates. Please note that there are 2 eStar templates on this website, one for non-IVD devices and the other for IVD devices. To use the eStar template, you will go to that eStar website, download the proper one for your device, save it to your computer, and then use Adobe Acrobat Pro to enter information into the eStar file. After you download the eStar file onto your computer, you're ready to enter data into it. You will see in my later examples that data entry to eStar is actually very straightforward. Here, I'm going to share with you some tips for eStar data entry. Tip number 1. Please do use Adobe Acrobat Pro for eStar data entry. Please do not use a web browser, such as Google Chrome or Microsoft Edge, to do the data entry. You will not be able to complete an eStar file using a web browser. That's because those web browsers cannot handle dynamic PDF files. Similarly, the Adobe Reader, which is intended for PDF file display, will not work with eStar either. If you open an eStar with the Adobe Reader, it will give you a warning message and ask you to use Adobe Acrobat Pro instead. Tip number 2. Before you enter anything into the eStar template, please read and understand directions on the first page of eStar. Here is a screenshot of eStar's page 1. I know the font may be too small for you to read. Don't worry, I'll just point out the items you should pay attention to after you have the eStar on your own computer. First of all, at the very top, you will see this eStar status indicator. Right now, it is red because this eStar is incomplete. Eventually, after you complete the eStar file, it will change to a green statement. I will explain more about this indicator later. In the introduction section, you will find a brief summary of the eStar file contents. And in the key section, we explain the meaning of the red, green, and gray bars that you will observe throughout the eStar file. They correlate to incomplete, complete, or optional questions or sections in eStar. In addition, you can click on the blue Help Text button in eStar to find the relevant regulatory information for each question or section. We have also added many common questions and answers to the FAQ section. Please make sure you read them through. As shown here in the first Q&A, if you have questions or feedback to eStar, please email dice@FDA. If you notice any software bug in eStar, please email eSubPilot@FDA. After you read through the instructions on page 1 of eStar, now you are ready to enter information into eStar. Here, I'm showing you a screenshot of page 2 of eStar. As you can see, for some questions, you will need to choose from the radio button options. For example, this applicant intended to send FDA a 510K submission. So the 510K radio button is selected. De novo is another possible option. And hopefully in the near future, PMA submissions can also be prepared using eStar. Next, the applicant selected traditional 510K as the application type, and then selected new submission as the submission option. Please note that eStar can also be used to prepare responses to FDA's additional information request. I will explain this option more in a later slide. The other approaches of entering data to eStar include adding attachments. To add an attachment, you will click on the blue Add Attachment button. Select the file you want to add, and then click OK to add it to eStar. Sometimes you may need to add multiple attachments to one attachment request. If so, you can click the blue Add Attachment button again to upload more relevant attachments. In addition, you can click the green Open Attachment button to view the contents of your attachment, or click the red Delete Attachment button to remove that attachment. And speaking of attachments, I want to remind you that certain file types, such as compressed files, for example a zip file, or macro-enabled files, or executable files, should not be added to eStar as attachments, because Adobe will not allow us to open those types of attachments due to security reasons. Right now, we have built-in mechanism in eStar to recognize those unacceptable attachment types. And if you intend to add such type of attachment, a warning message will show up. Besides adding attachments, there are also text fields in eStar that you need to type in your answers directly, like here in the applicant information section. Also in eStar, you will see many questions that can be answered by either choosing from the drop-down list or clicking the checkboxes. Don't forget about the blue Help Text buttons on the right-hand side. If you're not sure about a question or request in eStar, you can click on those Help Text buttons to receive immediate help. Let's move on to my third tip. Please fill in the template from beginning to end. This is because eStar is a dynamic PDF file. So based on the answers you provided in the earlier sections, the contents for the rest of the eStar will change accordingly. For example, if you change your application type from traditional 510K to special 510K, then the contents and questions displayed in eStar will change accordingly. Here is a screenshot of the device description section. You will need to answer many questions here. Your answers to these questions will directly impact what questions will be displayed for biocompatibility, for software firmware, and for all these other sections in eStar. So be sure to answer these questions accurately. For example, if your device has direct or indirect tissue contacting components, but you answered no to this question, then biocompatibility related questions will not appear in your eStar, and your answer will be considered inaccurate. Your submission may be put on technical screening hold. I will explain that process later. My final tip to eStar data entry is that be sure the eStar status changes to eStar complete once you finish. Remember, I have shown you earlier, at the beginning of the eStar file, there is this eStar status indicator. When your eStar is complete, the status indicator will change to this green message. If you send us an eStar file that still has the incomplete message on top, it will be treated as an improperly prepared eCopy and put on hold immediately by our Document Control Center. The review team will not see your file until the eStar status is complete. To further help you find out which sections are complete and which ones are incomplete, we have built in this verification section at the very end of eStar. Here, you can tell which sections are complete and which ones are incomplete. You can then go to the incomplete section to find out which items still need to be completed. I also want to mention that eStar has the built-in bookmarks. Some applicants asked us if they need to provide a table of contents for eStar. And the answer is no, because the bookmarks in eStar serve this purpose. In Adobe Acrobat Pro, you can click on this bookmark icon, and then the bookmarks panel will appear. Here, you can use the bookmarks as the table of contents. If after you click on the bookmark, the view jumps to page 1 of your eStar file, that means the bookmark section is not applicable to your type of submission and therefore not displayed. Next, let's talk about how to submit eStar to FDA. The eStar submission instruction is at the very end of the eStar file. You will need to save your complete eStar file on a CD or DVD or USB drive. Please note that the attachments are already embedded in your eStar, so you don't need to submit them separately. As a matter of fact, we strongly recommend you not to include any other documents outside of the eStar file. All relevant documents should be added as attachments in your eStar file. You will then print out a copy of your cover letter, sign it, and then mail it together with your eStar file to our Document Control Center. I also want to provide some further clarifications to how to submit responses to FDA's additional information request. For example, you may have received an email from the review team informing you that your 510(k) submission was placed on AINN hold. You can use either eCopy or eStar to prepare your responses. If you choose eStar, you should modify the eStar you have previously sent to FDA and change the application subtype to Additional Information option. You will then see this new field asking you to enter your assigned submission number. And in the later part of eStar, a new section called Additional Information Response will appear. Here, you can copy and paste in FDA's request, and then summarize your response to the request. Please note that in this section, we purposely didn't add the blue Add Attachment buttons. This is because we want you to update the relevant section in your eStar file. For example, if additional software information will be provided to resolve a deficiency, you should add that new information to the software section. And here in the response, you can refer to the updates in that section. You can find more detailed instructions to this matter here, in this yellow highlighted area. Finally, let's talk about eStar review timeline. eStar submission has the same review timeline as that of the eCopy submission. Within 15 days from the eStar submission's start date, reviewers will perform a technical screening to verify two things. First, responses are accurate. Secondly, there is at least one relevant attachment provided per attachment type question. Unlike e-copy submission, which has an RTA checklist for the reviewer to complete, there is no technical screening checklist for e-star submission. This is because all those questions in the RTA checklist are already embedded into e-star contents, so the reviewer doesn't need to complete an RTA checklist during the technical screening process. Here are a couple knowledge check questions to reinforce what we have learned from this presentation. The first question is, which types of pre-market submission can be prepared using eStar now? The possible answers are 510K, de novo, and PMA. And the correct answers are 510K and de novo submissions. We are working on the PMA contents now, and hopefully the eStar will be available for our PMA submissions soon. Next question. Which of the following types of attachments are not acceptable to eStar? And the possible answers are compressed file, macro-enabled file, executable file, or all of the above. And the correct answer is all of the above. Finally, let's recap what we have learned in this presentation. I have provided you an overview of the eStar program, including where to find the eStar template, how to enter data into an eStar template, and how to submit a complete eStar to FDA. I hope by now you are clear that eStar is a dynamic PDF submission template that can help you prepare 510K and de novo submissions. Once you complete the eStar file, you can save it on a CD or DVD or USB drive and mail it with a printed signed cover letter to FDA. And eStar's review timeline is the same as that for eCopy. Thank you for your time and participation. Now is our Q&A time. Let's go ahead and answer your questions.
All right, Lily, thank you so much for such a great presentation, introducing a lot of us, I think, to an emerging new program. Certainly quite a long ways from doing paper submissions, certainly back in my earliest days at the FDA. Let's get to our questions for you and for this topic with our first question. Number one, what's a common reason for FDA to place an eStar submission on a technical screening hold?
Thank you, Elias. That's a great question. So far, we have received more than 300 eStar submissions, and about 10% have been placed on technical screening hold. So as I have explained earlier in the talk, during the technical screening process, the lead reviewer will need to verify two things. First of all, the responses are accurate. And secondly, there is at least one relevant attachment per attachment type question in the eStar file. So the most common inaccurate response we have observed is when a special 510K was submitted, yet the modifications were not appropriate for a special 510K. As Melissa has shared in details in her talk earlier, so in those cases, they have to be converted to a traditional 510K. Other inaccurate responses will include like answering the drop-down questions wrong, or stating not applicable in text boxes where they're truly applicable. As for attachment, we have seen attachments removed or added inappropriately, so the reviewers cannot download those attachments. Actually, we have further improved our eStar in the just released version, which was released on June the 6th, to actually identify those failed attachments and display a warning message to prevent these problems.
All right, thank you. We have quite a few questions for you. I'm going to bundle a few of the next ones. They're all kind of related to logistics. So let's start with this first one. For a combination product, where would you put the device info, testing, etc.? So that's the question for you. Combination products.
Thank you. Yeah, currently, CBER is under training to review submissions with eStar. So until CBER and CDER are both ready for reviewing submissions using eStar, we do not recommend you submit using eStar for combination products. So it will be announced. I think the currently CBER is under training, and it should be soon that they can review submissions that are prepared using eStar.
All right, thank you. And actually, second question, you sort of answered it. Can eStar be currently used for CBER submissions?
Stay tuned, it's coming. Yeah, so CBER is currently under training, and I believe they will make an announcement once they are ready to review submissions prepared by eStar.
Okay, thank you. All right, our next logistics question. Here's the setup. The applicant submitted a traditional 510K. They received deficiencies with questions. These were very extensive in nature. They involved a lot of details involving software. The applicant now wishes to redo a full submission and now use the eStar template. Their question, can they do this? They would intend to document where the deficiencies were addressed, mapping it to the prior information and new information. So in this scenario, what would be your recommendation for the applicant?
Yes, so my interpretation is originally the applicant used the e-copy method to prepare their 510K submission, and now they need to provide the AINN response to FDA's requests. In this case, yes, they definitely can use eStar to prepare their AINN responses. I just want to remind the applicant, when you do use eStar to prepare your responses, as I have shown in the slides, where you can click that this is not a new submission, this is additional information submission. And then they will have near the end of eStar, they will have this new section where they can summarize, their responses to FDA's requests. And of course, in the body of the eStar, they need to add in the relevant information, the new information requested, etc., so that their eStar status that's displayed on the page 1 of eStar should still change to complete. Yeah, so it should have that green eStar complete message on page 1 before they send in their this AINN response to FDA, which was prepared using the eStar.
Lily, thank you for that answer. Our last question on logistics is the following. This applicant has already started working on their submission using, they say the current version of eStar, we'll say it's the prior version of eStar. So their question is, will we need to start over with the new software release that just took place on June 6th? Or can they continue with their existing submission with the prior version of eStar?
Thank you. That's a great question. Actually, on the first page of eStar, we explained how to deal with the version changes in eStar. So, for example, for the IVD devices, the recently released version is actually version 1.3. So the previous version was 1.2. In this case, we consider the changes as minor updates. So you can still use version 1.2 instead of the latest version 1.3. However, for the non-IVD version eStar, the recent release was actually version 2.0. So that's considered a major version update. In this case, I highly recommend you use a newer version because that means we have policy changes, significant changes to the eStar. If you use an older version, you face the potential of, receiving deficiency requests because of the updates to the eStar.
All right, thank you. That's good advice for all of us. Let's get to a few questions that are dealing with some sort of technical specs type of question. So here's the first one. Is Adobe Acrobat Pro required to use eStar, or can other PDF programs such as PDF Exchange be used?
So far, we definitely have tested Foxit program, which is a free PDF program. It does have some hiccups while using it, so not as fluently as Adobe Acrobat Pro, but it is usable, and that program is Foxit. And that's also explained actually on the very first page of eStar in the FAQ section. So yeah, if you want to try that free program, you can see more explanation about that program in the FAQ section in eStar on page 1.
All right, thank you so much. A lot of folks have come in with this question. Is there a file size limit for each attachment that one may enter?
Yes, that's a great question. We actually do not have file size limit for each attachment. As a matter of fact, there is no file size limit to eStar. Although 90% of the eStar files we have received so far are under 400 megabytes. And I think we have only received a couple eStar submissions that are over 1 gigabyte so far. And when the eStar is greater than 1 gigabyte, the file handling may be delayed. We explain that again in the FAQ section. Because even on your side, when the eStar is greater than 1 gigabyte, it will be harder to handle that file. For example, it may take longer time, to save the file. So we recommend you, first of all, reduce the number of attachments for each attachment type question by, say, combining attachments of similar contents whenever possible. In addition, you can link one attachment to another in eStar so that you don't need to add the same information to your eStar multiple times. And you can find that instruction as well in the FAQ section in eStar.
All right, thank you. I think we're just at time. Let's try to knock out one final question for you. We had quite a few. So here is our last question for you for today. If we are using eStar, do we still need to prepare the acceptance checklist for a 510K submission?
My interpretation that's the question is about the RTA review checklist. If so, no. For eStar submission, you do not need to prepare the RTA checklist. As a matter of fact, all the items on the RTA checklist are already embedded in the body of E-star.
All right, thank you, Lily. And with that, that is our last question for you, our last question for part one. What a great day and what a great session. Thank you for, again, introducing this program to us. Let's turn it back to you, Lily, for your final thoughts and call to action to our audience.
Yes, thank you, Elias, and thank you all for your participation. I want to leave you with this call to action. So please go ahead and find the E-star website, and download the E-star template. You can enter your device information and start using it. And please share your feedback and question with us so that we can continue to make E-star even better. Yeah, thank you again for joining me in this presentation, and I hope this talk helps you, to use E-star as a tool and a resource for your future pre-market submissions. Thanks.
Thank you so much, Lily. Thank you for joining us for what an emerging, innovative topic and program for the center. And with that, that takes us to our next break. And this is also the conclusion of part one, getting your device to market. Thank you for joining us for these first 6 talks. We will continue in 20 minutes. So we will take a break until 2:25 p.m. Eastern Time. And at that point, I will hand the reins over to my dear colleague, Joseph Tartle, and we will kick off part 2. See you then. Welcome back from our break. Once again, this is Elias Smells, the Director of the Division of Industry and Consumer Education. I've enjoyed spending this morning and day with you so far, and it's my pleasure to turn our program over to the gifted hands of my dear colleague, Joseph Tartle. Joe is the Deputy Director of our Division of Industry and Consumer Education, DICE. Among Joe's many important roles for our division, he leads our daily operations and answering questions from you by phone and email. You could say Joe serves as our Chief Operating Officer for the division. Joe partners with Tanya Wilbon, and you'll hear from her, I believe, tomorrow to lead the medical device post-market educational strategy for our division. Joe's been at FDA since 2006 and spent his whole entire FDA career with us in the Division of Industry and Consumer Education. But prior to his time at FDA, he has been just like you, working for small device manufacturers, preparing pre-market submissions, as well as implementing quality systems for his organizations. So Joe really practices what he preaches. A fun fact for Joe I'd love to share, Joe is the one member of CDRH who has attended and presented in all 11 years of REdI conference. So it's a great accomplishment for him for all of his time. Once again, have a great afternoon with Joe and our session part 2, keeping quality devices on the market. Thank you, Joe.
Okay, thank you, Elias, for that great introduction. And hello, everyone, and welcome back to the second or post-market part of the medical devices track for the Regulatory Education for Industry REdI conference. I'm Joseph Tartle, your moderator for this session. As we continue our circle of life discussion, and this includes the circle of life of a medical device or a total product life cycle, TPLC, we will focus on keeping quality devices on the market. This is where all of us, patients and consumers, see that important return of investment and these medical devices and their impact on the public health. Just like Elias and everyone here in attendance have experienced the impact of medical devices firsthand, be it my wife who broke her ankle a couple years ago, or my children who recently, my daughter received a COVID and strep test in a doctor's office just this past Friday. Luckily, both were negative. With that, we're going to get moving on with our learning objectives. So our learning objectives for today, we'll start by reviewing a couple of housekeeping items. Then we'll look at this afternoon's post-market agenda and meet the speakers. And last, look at your calls to action. So some housekeeping items. First, speaker and final evaluations. A quick reminder that during each presentation, we'll have a link to a speaker's evaluation under the speaker's picture or information on the right side of the screen. We encourage you to take the time to complete the evaluations as your feedback is important to us and is used to develop future educational programs like REdI. In addition to the speaker evaluations, there will also be a final evaluation. Recordings. Recordings of the program will be available on YouTube at the following link, www.fda.gov/CDERSBIA. Now let's take a look at our devices track agenda for part 2, the post-market agenda. Closing out the day, we'll have presentations on 2 very important regulatory processes for keeping your devices legally on the market. These are highlighted inside the green box on the slide. The first is medical device registration and listing, and the second is Electronic Product Radiation Control Program, EPRC, requirements for radiation emitting medical devices. Now let us get to our devices track part 2. Registration and listing. One thing everyone has in common who brings and keeps a medical device on the market in the United States is the need to register establishment and list their devices. This presentation by Edward Nyack from OPEC's Office of Regulatory Programs will help clarify FDA's regulatory authority for registration and listing. Includes which establishments require to register and list, and the process for registering and listing using the FDA Unified Registration and Listing System, or FURLS. Then after the presentation, Lisa King, also from ORP, will answer your live questions on this important topic. Registration and listing is very important to FDA and the public health in general by identifying who is manufacturing medical devices and what medical devices they are manufacturing. And then we'll move on to our last topic of the day, and that will be radiation emitting medical devices. So many attendees are likely aware that 21 Code of Federal Regulation, or CFR, subchapter H, parts 800 to 898 pertain to medical devices. Yet how many know that these may not be your only regulatory requirements? Many electronic radiation emitting medical devices are also considered to be electronic products regulated under 21 CFR subchapter J. In this presentation, Lowell Howard from OPEC's Office of Radiological Health will review the basics of FDA's electronic product regulations for medical devices as part of FDA's Electronic Product Radiation Control Program, or EPRC. This presentation will include examples of electronic products, a review of the EPRC program, relevant performance standards and their guidance documents, as well as a review of FDA's reporting requirements for electronic products. And then, of course, throughout this session, I will be your moderator, and Tanya Wilbon, who is responsible for this fantastic post-market content, will be helping to facilitate the live question and answer sessions. And Tanya will be back tomorrow to not just help me facilitate, but to present as well. As we move forward, here is a reminder of some of the acronyms that you will hear and what they stand for. There's a lot of acronyms used, and these days more and more seem to be filling up. So we'd like to be very mindful of their meaning to keep everyone on the same page. Also, if you're interested, when you have some free time, and it's not right now, it's for after the program or when you have a break in your busy work days, please visit and view the video linked on this slide that explains how our center, the Center for Devices and Radiological Health, is currently organized and structured. So please, when you get a chance, take a look at that video to understand those acronyms and where they fit into the organizational structure of our center. Also, as we're speaking of videos and FDA educational resources in general, as Kim Paramattio noted earlier in the first presentation of the day, there is CDRH Learn and Device Advice. So first, CDRH Learn. There are over 280 video learning modules, including the one from the previous slide on CDRH Learn. These videos and educational modules range from pre to post-market and everything in between. Please check it out and share this resource with your colleagues. Also, complete the survey linked on the CDRH Learn page, as we use this and other information to update the content and create new content and information. And then if you prefer reading to watching, then Device Advice is for you. Device Advice is a text-based, easy-to-search informational resource with over 300 pages to take a medical device from cradle to grave through that total product lifecycle TPLC. It is truly a comprehensive regulatory educational resource, and one that is available for you 24/7, and they are free to anyone who can log in and get online. So please utilize these resources. They are put together especially for you guys in industry. And with that, last but not least, your call to action for the rest of the day. As always, enjoy this program. Interact and learn. This program is for you. Okay? Ask us your questions. We have this educational platform to get the questions in to understand what are the needs that industry has with understanding their regulatory requirements. So please ask those questions. This is an educational platform. We are not here as a compliance function. This is where you get face-to-face time to talk with FDA about these different topic areas. And again, take advantage of the FDA resources, be they REdI, be they the webinars, be they Device Advice or CDRH Learn. These are all available to you to help you meet your regulatory requirements. And then last, give us the feedback in those evaluations. Okay, and with that, we will get to our first presentation of the day.
Thank you, Joe, for that introduction. As the slide states, my name is Ed Nyack. This presentation will walk you through the registration and listing information. So why should you listen to me? The registration and listing process can be very frustrating. Since you'll have to register and list, my goal is to provide you with enough information that will alleviate stress and time, saving you from being very frustrated with the process to being very happy with the process. I am part of the Imports and Registration and Listing team, and I am not alone. On the right-hand side of the screen, you'll see my colleagues. As you can see, we are a small team. The picture on the left also represents that we not only handle registration and listing processes and information, but we also facilitate the importation of safe medical devices into the United States. So in this presentation, I will cover all of the following items and try and make it as exciting as possible. So we'll review registration and listing regulatory history, why it's relevant today, how it progressed. We will summarize registration and listing information, and then walk through registration and listing examples. At the end of the presentation, I will leave you with some good resources and contact information. So the next few slides will go through the regulatory history and show the progression of the FDA, how regulatory history progressed throughout the FDA. So beginning in 1976, the most important information the most important for this presentation is Section 510 of the FD&C, which first required establishments to register and list. Next, in 2007, came the FDA-ANA, which created the electronic registration and listing system. So in order to fulfill this, FDA created the FIRLS DRLM system, which stands for FDA Unified Registration and Listing System. The DRLM portion stands for Device Registration and Listing Module. Additionally, this act also introduced user fees for many other establishments, so expanded how many establishments needed to register and list. So in 2012, FDASIA then expanded all user fees to all establishment types. I will outline which establishment types this means in the next couple slides and why they need to pay the registration user fee. So one of the most important aspects too is in 2012, 21 CFR, which stands for the Code of Federal Regulations, Section 807, further revised requirements of who needs to register and list, specifically why they need to register and list, establishments that are exempt from registering and listing, why they are exempt, and how to register and list, as well as the information that is required for not only the initial registration and listing process, but the annual registration and listing process, all of which will be covered in the next several slides. So in fiscal year 2013, there were a lot of big changes because of 21 CFR 807. The most important is highlighted here in yellow. This is that all establishments must pay the annual registration user fee. They must pay the same annual registration user fee regardless of the size of the establishment. The next one is that proprietary names are required There are several others that we'll cover pretty quickly. Initial importers must also identify the manufacturers of products, so the foreign manufacturers that they're importing the products from. Foreign manufacturers on their side must also identify the importers of the product. Contract manufacturers and sterilizers were now required to register and list. They were not before. Establishments must identify the type of combination products. So if they're having a combination product with cedar, such as a syringe that has a drug in it already, that is a combination product. The manufacturer specification developer must list before the contract manufacturers can list. And then complaint filers must also register and list. So you can see it expanded to a lot of other activities that previously did not have to register and list. So for the next section of the slide deck, we will cover registration and listing information. So this slide is a very good summary of the bottom referenced website, which covers it in more detail. That is the Who Must Register, List, and Pay the Fee website. As you can see from this slide, that it's pretty similar for establishment types that are both domestic and foreign. The only difference is the bottom one, which shows that initial importers do not need to register if they're foreign. They wouldn't need to anyway, because that would only be a domestic activity. So this slide provides high-level information about at what point both domestic and foreign establishments need to register and list. If you're a domestic establishment, you must register and list within 30 days after entering into the activity. As you can see, the regulations are different for initial importers, which must register prior to importing devices into the United States, but is only required to register. They don't need to list the products that they are importing. The foreign manufacturer would list the products that they are sending to the initial importer. But they must have to identify the foreign manufacturer for each device that they are importing. Foreign establishments, on the other hand, are required to register prior to their device being imported or offered for import into the United States, and must identify all importers known to them as well as their U.S. agent. And there's a quick reference on the bottom that just says when to register and list. If you click on that icon, that link, it will take you directly to the FDA provided website. So the annual registration information. So all medical device establishments must re-register. So these are establishments that are already registered within FERL's DRLM. They are required to re-register their establishment each year between October 1st through to December 31st. So there's a pretty big window for when you need to register your establishment. This time period is commonly referred to as the annual registration cycle. So during the annual registration cycle, firms review their registration and listing information, make any necessary corrections, such as if you're no longer manufacturing a product or having an activity with a product, you can delist that product, certify the information is correct, and enter your payment information. Moving on to the next slide. So the initial registration information is for companies that are initial registers. They are first time registering with FERL's DRLM, and this is the information that is needed. So you will create an account within the device facility user fee system to obtain what is called a PIN, which is the payment identification number. This is when you enter the user fee, which is both the same for annual and initial registrants. And currently for fiscal year 2022, it is $5,672. Once that payment has been processed, the establishment will receive what's called the PCN, which is the payment confirmation number. Both of these numbers are needed to go then into FERL's DRLM to create an account and then provide all the all the establishment information for that registration. So where the establishment is registered, where their address is, what products they're manufacturing. You'll see the FERL's DRLM is really good in walking you through the process on all the information that is needed. So to the other side of the house is the reactivation or deactivating of a registration. This is a pretty easy process to manage. Reactivation can be performed as soon as the establishment has paid the fee and has received their PIN PCN, as we discussed in the last slide, and then goes into FERL's DRLM, provides both of those numbers, and can then reactivate their registration. If you have problems with that process, there is a slide at the end of this presentation that I will highlight an email address that you can email the registration help desk, and they can walk you through that process. One key thing to note here is there are no fees associated with deactivating a registration. However, I would caution that obtaining a refund for a user fee is not a guaranteed process, and it can be kind of difficult to navigate whether you would be provided a refund or not, based on if you've conducted business after you paid the user fee. But I can provide you, again, with the woman in our office that handles refunds. That will be at the end of the slide deck. So slide 15 goes through the definition for initial importers, which is defined within 21 Code of Federal Regulations, section 807.40, section A, subsection A. The biggest difference between initial importers and importers is that initial importers further the marketing of a device from a foreign manufacturer who makes final delivery. Initial importers are generally end users that are importing a product for personal use or sales. So, for instance, if I order sunglasses for myself from a website like Amazon, then I would be an importer. If I'm importing a large number of a medical device to then further the marketing of that device, then I would be an initial importer. These are, we do get a lot of questions within the FDA side regarding this. That's why I wanted to highlight it in this presentation. So this slide will provide resources and recap the presentation. So as a knowledge check, based on the information that was just provided within the presentation, when do foreign establishments need to register and list with FDA? First option is they don't need to. The second is prior to offering regulated medical devices for import into the United States. And the third one is when they begin manufacturing medical devices. So this knowledge check question is actually based on a lot of emails that we do get from foreign manufacturers, or foreign establishments rather, and the answer is the second one. So prior to offering regulated medical devices for import, you can manufacture medical devices or create specifications for medical devices as long as you are not offering those products for import into the United States. Once you do, then you do need to register and list. The second knowledge check question is, when does the annual registration period start? So when do you need to re-register an existing registration? October 1st, December 31st, or June 8th? So the answer is October 1st. It's a bit of a trick question because October 1st is when the annual re-registration period starts. December 31st is when it ends. and that is specified within the Code of Federal Regulations that I highlighted earlier. I would also caution that please do not register for the upcoming fiscal year thinking you're ahead of the game and registering on September 30th, because you would essentially then be registering for the previous fiscal year. Only wait till October 1st through to December 31st to re-register for the next fiscal year. The last knowledge check question is, does FDA provide a user fee discount for small businesses? The answer is no, it does not. This can be a bit tricky because I know that for PMAs such as 510Ks and other activities, FDA does provide a small business discount. Unfortunately, we cannot, because the annual user fee or the user fee for that fiscal year is regulated by Congress. It is through MDUFA negotiations with industry, and it is regulated to say that every establishment, big or small, regardless of size, needs to pay the same user fee. This is again based on another question that we answer a lot. And I personally wish we could offer it, but we can't. So again, as I highlighted earlier, this is a contact list for people in my office that are registration and listing subject matter experts. The first one you'll see is my name. The second is Dan, and the third is Lisa. Those are both my colleagues within the office. So if you have a specific question, feel free to reach out to us. FDA is always, especially our office, is always more than willing to help industry and really wants to partner with industry. Denise Mackey is our director. She's our boss. The last two email addresses are very good ones to highlight. The registration listing help desk is who you would email if you had just general registration and listing questions. I can't get into my registration. I can't get into my Furls DRLM account. I need to change an address. I need to delist a product or relist a product. Things like that. That is a help desk that is stood up to handle those questions, and they're excellent. They're experts at handling those questions. The last one, the IRLT mailbox, that is a mailbox created for industry that is managed by myself, Dan, and Lisa, and that is how I will respond to your more specific registration and listing questions. So, such as, do you need to register and list? Why do you need to register and list? I have a contract manufacturer that is 5 miles away from our headquarters. Do I need to register and list that separate establishment? Those are questions that we would be able to answer. So this slide covers specific websites provided in the previous slides that were highlighted at the bottom of the previous slides, and can provide you with more information. The one thing that I will say is FDA provides a lot of information to industry and to the general public on all of the various information needed to register and list, processes of registering and listing, why you need to. There are also a lot of online tutorials that FDA has created that are videos that will walk you through a lot of these processes using visual examples. So those are great resources to have. Any one of these websites that are on here, if you click on the links, will also contain additional links on the side of the website that can bring you to other information that is available. So to summarize this presentation, we have covered the progression of FDA regulations to what guides our current actions. provided essential information for initial and annual registrations, and laid out the process for setting up an account. If you have any additional questions, please feel free to reach out and email any of the contacts that I have provided. So now, let's take some of the questions that have been provided.
Thank you, Ed, for that very informational presentation. Ed is a senior program analysis and product owner for the FURL system in the imports and registration and listing team within the Center of Devices and Radiological Health. And with that, we're going to move to our question and answer session. And for this, we have with us Lisa King, who's a consumer safety officer with over 20 years experience at FDA. She's part of the imports and registration and listing team within CDRH, just like Ed, and is part of the Office of Regulatory Program in part of Office of Product Evaluation and Quality. She's very knowledgeable about registration and listing and the FURL's database. In fact, I can even remember a time when I was in the industry and I was interacting with Lisa back in the early 2000s when we had the forms 2891 and 2892. So we're glad to have Lisa here answering our live questions. And we have our first live question already in. And it's a two-parter. So the first part is, how long does it take for an establishment to be provided, once they've registered in FURLs, to be provided their FDA Establishment Identifier, or FEI number? And then, you know, with regards to that FEI number, can an establishment still perform business functions without an FEI number? So with that, that's our first question, Lisa.
Thanks, Joe. I appreciate the introduction. I do remember interacting with you back before you joined FDA. So when we're talking about the initial registration process, when a firm registers for the first time, it can take about, once they've registered and they've completed their registration, they're going to be assigned an owner-operator number. Then the registration goes off to the Office of Regulatory Affairs, where they assign a registration number or FEI number. It can take up to 90 days for the registration or FEI number to be assigned. Once it is assigned, we do send an email to inform the firm that it's been assigned. And firms can, as long as they've registered, firms can market in the United States. So once they've complied with the requirement to register and list, they're going to have their owner-operator number and their device listing number if they're required to list. As long as they have their owner-operator number, they are ready to do business. The only other thing I would say about that is that foreign establishments are required to have an FEI number to be able to enter their entries into the automated commercial environment. And they do have the ability to request an FEI number. There is a portal. It's called the FEI portal, I believe. Firms can submit a request into that portal and request an FEI number if they want to ship and they have not received their registration or FEI number from us.
Okay, thank you for that answer. So our next question. Does a foreign manufacturer that ships medical devices directly to an end user, I'm assuming they're talking about trying to drop ship in the U.S., still need a U.S. initial importer?
No. If you are a foreign establishment and you are only, keyword is only shipping devices directly to the end user or the person that will use the device, you're not required to have an initial importer. However, you are required to register, you're required to list, you're required to identify a U.S. agent, and you're required to identify the end user as an importer on your registration.
Okay, thank you. And our next question is, if a device is under evaluation, for example, gathering data for a 510K, and I'm assuming that they're underneath of what's called an investigational device exemption, do they need to register or list? And also, how can the device be registered to be imported?
No, investigational device exemption, you're not required to register and list if you're in the process of performing studies to obtain the data for you to be able to submit your 510K. So what you are required to have is either an IDE or IRB approval. If you have an IDE, when you import your device into the United States, they're going to ask you for the IDE letter or the number. So you should have gotten a letter with an IDE number on it. If you have IRB approval, which is for non-significant risk studies, then they'll ask you, if you don't give them the IDE number, they're going to ask you if you have a letter for IRB approval. You have to provide that at the time of importation. You need to make sure that you declare the product correctly. Once you declare the product correctly, you provide the letter. I would include it in your shipment so that when it comes in, we know that it's for an investigational study. We'll take a look at the letter, and hopefully that'll help you get through the importation process quickly. And then the other part of the question, Joe, can you repeat that for me?
I think that answered the question. It had to do with how they would clear importation.
Okay. It's really important that you, when you're importing, that you use the correct intended use code. If you don't use the correct intended use code, it could really provide you with some heartburn at the time of importation. So, I work on the import and registration listing team. I can help you with identifying that code before you ship to the US. I can help you navigate the requirements for the ID, and I can also help you in terms of, importation, and I can also help you if the entry does get detained.
Okay, great answer. We'll move on to our next question. How does a manufacturer of an exempt product list their device? They don't have a 510K or PMA number. It's exempted from the pre-market submissions.
So the very first step before you even register is determine how your product is classified. So if you've determined it's exempt, then you're ready to register the establishment and list the device. As long as, the exempt device doesn't trip the limitations of exemption. So when you're looking in the product classification database, it's really important that you review the regulation to ensure that the exempt product, or the product that you believe is exempt, doesn't trip the limitations of exemption. If it does, then, it wouldn't be exempt anymore, and you may need to submit a 510K. But for exempt products, once you've determined the product code and you've determined it's exempt, you're ready to pay the annual registration fee, register the establishment, and list the device using the product code.
Okay, and we'll move on to our next question. So how can I determine if an establishment is registered with the FDA and is listed their advertised product?
You can use the public registration and listing database on the FDA website. I'm not sure if there was a presentation on that, but you would go to fda.gov and you could click on how to register and list a device. Once you click on that, there is a link on the left-hand side to the public registration and listing database. You'll click on that link and then you click search the registration and listing database, and you'll be able to search by registration number, FEI number, firm name. When you do this search, if a firm is registered actively, it will appear in the public registration and listing database. And what you will see is the firm name. And then below that, if they've listed any devices, you will see the device name and the proprietary name. And so it's really important that when you're trying to determine if they've registered, that you want to make sure they're registered accurately. So if they're importing, they should be registered as an initial importer. If they're also performing an activity that requires listing, they should have a listing for the device, and they should have that proprietary name on the listing. And so in the public website, you'll see the device name and then the proprietary name. It's important to click on that link so that you see all the proprietary names.
Okay, great. Moving on to our next question. Do you need to update your device listing during the year if something changes, add, remove a device, or is that only done when you do the annual registration during the registration period between October and December?
No, you're required to, if it's a domestic firm, you're required to update the listing at the time the change occurred. Actually, it's within 30 days of the change occurring. You want to update any changes to your registration and listing information within 30 days after the change occurring. For a domestic establishment, for a foreign establishment, you should actually update it prior to, importing the product into the United States, because you don't want it to be detained.
Okay, thank you for that. And we have our next question. An establishment has two facilities that are relatively close to one another within 3 miles. Are 2 registrations needed for each of those facilities?
Now, if the 2 establishments are located within a 3-mile driving distance of each other and they're under the same management structure, they can share a registration.
And when you say same management structure, it sounds like if they're both under the same quality system.
Not necessarily. It's really, for us, the decision is made off of the management structure and the distance of the 2 establishments, how far apart they are.
Okay, perfect. Good information to know. And moving on to our next question. Should the name of a device under the establishment registration be the same as the name on the 510K? So on their SE letter, they receive an SE letter with a name on that 510K. Should that be the same name that's put into the establishment registration?
So the name of the applicant, is that what you're referring to in the letter? Because, sometimes when you're sent a 510K letter, it's actually sent to the correspondent contact. So the establishment name is where the activity is taking place. So that's the name that we want to see on the registration.
I think they're looking for the name of the device.
So the name of the device, right, would be on the listing. So when you create the listing, you would identify the name of the device as a proprietary name. You would want to use the name of the device that's listed on the 510K letter if the device is still being marketed under that name. If it has other brand names that it's being marketed under, then you would also list those proprietary names as you would also list those brand names as a proprietary name on the listing.
Okay, perfect. And our next question, can a deactivated registration be reactivated, or is a new one required should you wish to continue with the previous registration?
You can always reactivate a previous registration. I mean, the only time I would say that you couldn't is if it's been sold to another company. If you've had an establishment and you sold that establishment and those devices to another company, then you wouldn't want to reactivate the registration. You would want to create a new registration. But if you're just coming in to re-register, then you want to use the registration. You want to reactivate the registration that you were previously registered under.
Okay, perfect. And then a next question, I believe you may have answered this previously, but I'm going to ask anyway. For a domestic company, if you change one of the activities previously declared on the specific device listing, what is the timeline to notify FDA of that change?
It's within 30 days after the change occurring. So they should update their listing within 30 days after they change the activity. That would be for domestic. For foreign, I would update the activity as soon as the change occurs and before you ship it.
Okay, good answer. So for domestic, 30 days, and if you're trying to go through importation, as soon as you can, especially before you try to import it. So next question, shall I update my listing if the device moved from being a 510K device to now being a 510K exempt device?
No. If you're still marketing the device under the 510K clearance, then you need to keep that listing active. If you have another device that you did not receive clearance for and now it falls under an exempt product code, then you should create a listing for the exempt product code as well and list the name of that device on the listing.
Okay, great. And then this is a more of a FURLS type of question. Does FDA have a helpful step-by-step guide that would help us navigate through FURLS specific to both annual registration and product listing?
Yes, we do. So if you go to how to register and list a device, you come to the first homepage. If you scroll down the page, there's a tutorial section with step-by-step instructions that explain how to register and list. There's also instructions for how to pay the annual registration user fee and how to complete an annual registration. In addition to that, there's a how to register and list page with instructions that explain how to register and list. And also within the FURLS application, there's a help section where you can, it's on the right-hand side, there's a help icon. It looks like a question mark. If you click on that, it will lead you to the help files, and they are also step-by-step instructions for how to register and list.
No, thank you. And those are great resources. We actually use those in DICE and point people because those questions come up. So next question.
Yeah, and there's...
Are distributors required to list?
Well, domestic distributors, no. If you're purchasing a product in the United States and selling it in the United States, then you would not be required to register and list. If you're talking about initial importers, you would be required to register and you would be required to fulfill the listing obligation, which is to provide the name and address of the manufacturer, right, for the imported product. And in addition to doing that, you would only register as an initial importer if you're purchasing a product and selling it to other entities in the US that will further market it once they purchased it from you. We don't really, I've been in the program 20 years and I don't use the term distributor anymore because I think that it can cause a little bit of confusion. So we use the terms initial importer, which is defined in the regulation, and importers, which are also defined in the regulation. That's what I would stick with. Unless you're talking about a domestic distributor, then it's okay to, reference distributor, in my opinion.
Okay, perfect. Some very good, useful information. Our next question is, can FDA provide a discount for the registration user fee to a small business?
No, we cannot. There's no small business fee. We don't reduce the fee for anyone. It is the same for big companies and small companies.
Okay, so basically the small business determination program is for pre-market submission reduction in fees, not for registration and listing. I know that we see that question a lot in DICE as well. So thank you for that confirmation, Lisa. And then have just a little bit of time left to turn it back to you for your last thoughts on this topic.
I think, I was thinking about what I would say to you, and I think that the most important thing that I could probably relay to you is that I would encourage you to visit the registration and listing website. We have a wealth of information there, general information about how to register and list. There's also charts that explain who must register and list, instructions and modules that explain how to pay, how to create an initial registration, how to reactivate or re-register an establishment. There's just a wealth of information on that website. So I think that the most important thing would be to review that website, and before you take any action to register, and after you have reviewed the website, then I would suggest that you reach out to our help desk or to DICE if you have any questions before you begin the registration process. And the reason I say before is because it's really important to gather all the information you need before you start. It's really important that you make the decisions that you need to make to get to the place where you're going to comply with registration and listing requirements. I thank you so much for having me today. It's been a wonderful day. I appreciate all the speakers, and if there's no more questions, I guess I'll turn it back to you, Joe.
Thank you, Lisa. It was a really great session, very knowledgeable, and a lot of great information. And also thank to Ed for the great presentation. So that wraps up our registration and listing module. And now we're going to move on to our last session of the day on electronic product radiation emitting requirements for medical devices, which will be by Lowell Howard. So Lowell Howard has a PhD in electrical engineering. Lowell is an electrical engineer specializing in radiation emitting electronic products within the Center for Devices and Radiological Health and part of Office of Product Evaluation and Quality, or OPEC, in the Office of Health Technology 8, which is actually a new office within the last 6 months at the center, split off from previously with the diagnostic group. And he is part of the Division of Imaging Devices and Electronic Products. Dr. Howard is involved in efforts to improve public outreach and communication about FDA's electronic product regulations, as well as drafting regulatory policies for new solid-state lighting and laser products. Prior to coming to FDA in 2015, Lowell worked as a research and meteorologist at the National Institutes of Standard and Technology, or NIST. In addition, he did some private sector employment in the semiconductor manufacturing and fiber optic telecommunications equipment industries. And with that, let's give a nice welcome to Lowell as he talks to us about the EPRC requirements of radiation emitting medical devices.
Thanks for that introduction. Let's get right down to business and explain what this acronym means in the title. EP, the first two letters, is an abbreviation for electronic product. EPRC means electronic product, R for radiation, and C for control. The FDA Electronic Product Radiation Control Program, or simply EPRC. Did you know that an FDA laboratory obtains radiation-emitting electronic products from undercover purchases, tests them, and then takes regulatory actions along with CDRH? Shown on the right is a typical use case for a handheld dental X-ray device, which is a good example of a diagnostic imaging device that is also an electronic product. Backscattered X-rays from the patient can expose the operator, who may use this device many times each day, every working day, and be exposed to unnecessary electronic product radiation. The laboratory shown on the left is an FDA test lab in Winchester, Massachusetts, where FDA employees sample and test electronic products for their radiation emissions, as well as perform onshore and overseas inspection trips as part of the FDA EPRC program. It is therefore important to know a manufacturer's responsibilities under the EPRC program of regulation. Our 5 learning objectives help us to see what the big picture looks like at FDA for radiological or RAD health. Describe radiological health's big picture. List the devices that are also part of FDA's EPRC program. Identify manufacturers' responsibilities under EPRC. Discuss relevant EPRC guidance documents. And finally, review and find regulatory information at FDA. What is the big picture for radiological health? Radiation is energy that comes from a source and travels through space. In this graphic, we look at the electromagnetic form of radiation from very low frequency to high frequency gamma radiation. While many examples of electronic products are provided below the chart of the electromagnetic spectrum, the final item on the bottom right is not an electronic product. Electronic products emit any ionizing or non-ionizing electromagnetic or particulate radiation, and electronic product radiation must contain or act as part of an electric circuit. The radioactive waste on the bottom right does produce ionizing radiation, but it is not part of an electric circuit. When you turn the circuit off, the radiation must cease for the case of electronic product radiation. Electronic product radiation can also be sonic pressure waves, such as ultrasound, but could also be very loud sounds if produced by electronic means. Within FDA, there are 3 enabling acts of legislation that impact radiological health. Before we look into EPRC and radiation-emitting medical devices, let's discuss MQSA, or the Mammography Quality Standards Act. Links to each act are provided on the slide. MQSA is unique in CDRH because it regulates non-manufacturers. MQSA establishes procedures whereby an entity can apply to become an FDA-approved accreditation body to accredit facilities to be eligible to perform screening or diagnostic mammography services. Facilities are evaluated for compliance with national quality standards for mammography. MQSA also establishes minimum national quality standards for mammography facilities to ensure safe, reliable, and accurate mammography. EPRC predates the medical device amendments of 1976 by about 8 years and was originally called the Radiation Control for Health and Safety Act of 1968. The Act was combined with the FD&C Act in the 1990s. Additionally, FDA assists in the protection of the public by supporting radiation-related emergency response activities. The RAD Health programs work with a wide range of stakeholders, including states and other federal agencies, professional organizations, academic institutions, users, manufacturers, and consumer groups. Not shown here are other federal agencies with responsibilities for radiological health. Radio communications products and general electromagnetic compliance for digital products, the Federal Communications Commission, or FCC. Radiation present in the environment, the Environmental Protection Agency, or EPA. Radiation safety in the workplace, Occupational Safety and Health Administration, or OSHA. Radiation from nuclear materials, the Nuclear Regulatory Commission, or NRC. Here we have some straightforward examples of medical devices that are also electronic products because of their radiation emissions. On the left is a diagnostic X-ray system. On the right is a linear accelerator, or LINAC, for radiotherapy. Shown here are computed tomography, or CT, on the left because of the X-ray and laser emissions. An MR image in the center is an electronic product because of the radio frequency, or RF radiation. Tanning beds are electronic products because of the UV emissions from the sun lamps. Diagnostic ultrasound is an electronic product because of the ultrasonic emissions. Not shown are UVC disinfection equipment for hospital or medical device use and lithotripters because of their pulsed sonic emissions. Microwave blood warmers, plasma sterilizers, RF hyperthermia devices are also medical devices because of their RF emissions. The examples on this slide are medical devices that do not emit electronic product radiation. Nuclear imaging scanners detect radiopharmaceuticals that are either injected, swallowed, or inhaled. Radioactive sources for cobalt therapy, brachytherapy, or radiopharmaceuticals emit radiation, but they are not producers of electronic product radiation. These are examples of electronic products that are not medical devices. They are electronic products only. A microwave oven is shown on the left. Tens, if not hundreds of millions are safely used daily. They are a very successful example of the EPRC program at work. To the right, airport people and baggage scanners, which may be millimeter wave or X-ray respectively, have people around them all day and night. You'd want good radiation shielding in this machine if you work next to one all day. Laser pointers in the center can be a very harmful eye hazard if they do not meet FDA's federal performance standards. Other federal laws are designed to prohibit the targeting of aircraft with laser pointers. For the purposes of this presentation, we assume that you are a medical device manufacturer. Purchasers and users of electronic products are not regulated under the Act. A good summary of the entire EP regulations can be found at the link provided at the bottom of the slide. This summary is more readable than regulatory language and can give you a good overview of the EP regulations. We'll go into more detail on each one of these topics over the coming slides. Design and manufacture electronic products to comply with applicable performance standards. Certification and reporting to FDA as applicable. Report accidental radiation occurrences, or AROs. Reporting and correction of noncompliances and defects. A most unfortunate situation is that of noncompliance by design. Even if there is no federal performance standard, manufacturers are still obligated to produce an electronic product that can be used safely, that does not cause unnecessary radiation exposure. The electronic product quality and test records requirements describe a general system of sustaining engineering activities. Guidance on the subject points to general requirements for some type of documented quality system that is based upon science. Radiation measurements should be traceable to some national metrology system, such as NIST, or the National Institute of Standards and Technology in the United States. Measurements should have an uncertainty that has been studied and can be specified, assuring that the measurements are accurate and meaningful. The principles of EPRC quality systems are compatible with the more prescriptive requirements of medical device quality systems. The requirements are to test and record safety-related measurements of radiation parameters that could affect the public health. The certification requirements only apply if there is a specific performance standard. If there is an applicable performance standard, you should check for any guidance that may allow alternate reporting or the use of IEC standards. Note, if you have a product that for some reason can't possibly comply to an applicable performance standard while performing its intended function, you can petition FDA for a variance from the specific conditions that can't be met. Such variance applications will need to identify an alternative program of controls that provide an equivalent degree of protection to the public. The regulations reporting requirements can be located with a link in the table at the end of this presentation. The regulation lists all examples of products with reporting requirements. As we'll soon learn, the burden of reporting has been reduced for many, but not all, medical devices that are also electronic products. If you do have to submit a separate electronic product report, FDA will acknowledge its receipt with an accession number. AROs include near misses from situations where emissions exceed specifications, but perhaps no one was injured. Firms are expected to investigate the incidents and respond to radiation safety issues. If reportable as an MDR or medical device report, file the MDR. Do not duplicate with an ARO report. An example ARO could be something like the failure of shielding internal to a plastic housing. Perhaps an adhesive fails and a protective shield comes loose inside the plastic housing, and persons are exposed to X-rays without their knowledge. You can report AROs using FDA reporting form number 3649. Manufacturers are also responsible for reporting and correcting radiation defects. The first type of electronic product radiation defect concerns radiation that is not intended to be emitted. An example would be any electronic product radiation that is normally contained within protective shielding, and perhaps the shielding has failed, exposing patients or other persons. The second type of electronic product radiation defect concerns intentional radiation emission that is needed for the product to perform its function. For example, think back to the handheld X-ray unit on the second slide. What if a software or firmware bug caused the X-ray tube to start emitting radiation without any warning? The radiation defect must be of biological consequence and capable of causing any harm. A noncompliance to a federal performance standard is a type of defect. Defects and noncompliances must be reported, and corrective action must be made at no cost to the purchaser. This can get very expensive to correct once the product is in use and out in the field. A good quality system is the best way to catch any such radiation defects before they enter commerce. This is an important point. Since an FDA clearance is not required prior to marketing under EPRC, the mandatory cost for corrections is intended as a deterrent to entering unsafe products into commerce. What are the relative guidance documents and where can I find them on the FDA website? These compliance documents are useful because they publicly disclose Rad Health compliance and inspection programs and what an FDA investigator may be looking for during an inspection. Here they are for download. You can even use them to make sure you are following the same checklists that FDA investigators use. Links to the listed PDF files are embedded within the table on this slide. In summary of the first guidance, manufacturers and importers of medical X-ray imaging equipment may provide a declaration of conformity to equivalent IEC standards, as outlined in this guidance, to fulfill the initial reporting requirements of the EPRC regulation. Using a declaration of conformity to equivalent IEC standards reduces duplication of efforts by manufacturers and allows FDA to provide more efficient and consistent regulatory reviews of submissions relating to medical X-ray imaging devices. Check the guidance for the particular devices and recognized standards. The second guidance is limited to fluoroscopic X-ray systems, whether stationary or mobile. Interpretations of definitions for fluoroscopic irradiation time, last image hold, and emergency fluoroscopy mode are provided. Please consult the full guidance for more information. Finally, the 1986 diagnostic ultrasound exemption from electronic product reporting under 21 CFR 1002 was by letter on February 24th, 1986. The latest version of the IEC, or International Electrotechnical Commission's laser standard, is important for medical devices because it contains a new hazard classification for certain dermatological laser devices. Regulatory information. The Radiological Health Burden Reduction Amendments were published on April 1st, 2019, and are not an April Fool's joke. FDA can offer no comment at this time on these proposed amendments, but the summary of the proposed rule explains FDA's intents and is linked at the bottom of the slide. Please note, these are proposed regulatory changes, and if or until they are published in final form, the original regulations still apply. Listed here in the big organizational chart in italics are examples of electronic products that may be regulated by other offices. If you suspect that your electronic product may also be a medical device, but you're not sure, please contact the responsible office directly for this important regulatory determination. Here are some links to FDA information for some of the slides listed in the presentation. Knowledge check. Quiz time. Which product does not emit a type of electronic product radiation? A handheld dental X-ray, a proton beam therapy accelerator, or a cobalt-60 radiotherapy machine? The answer is C. The handheld dental X-ray emits ionizing radiation in the form of X-rays whenever the X-ray tube is energized as part of a circuit. The proton beam accelerator is an electronic product. It's an amazing ensemble of circuits, and it emits particle radiation in the form of protons. Cobalt-60 is radioactive material that is the source of radiation, and this type of radiation is not electronic product radiation. The radiation is not produced from an electronic circuit. Which is a description of an electronic product radiation defect? I just turned it on and it burst into flames. A proton therapy accelerator has a transient hotspot in the treatment beam that can sometimes overexpose the patient to radiation. The correct answer would be B. In the first, flames are not electronic product radiation. Fire does produce infrared radiation, yes, but it is not produced by means of an electric circuit. B, this is a good example of a radiation defect. There is a clear risk to the patient, and the hotspot in the beam pattern prevents the treatment from being as safe as it should be because the principle of maintaining a radiation dose as low as reasonably achievable cannot be readily achieved. True or false? We just received our 510(k) clearance for a new X-ray diagnostic imaging device. Are we done with all the reporting paperwork? True, you have no required reports, or false, you had a reportable ARO. So the answer depends. If you had no MDRs, no AROs, and no noncompliances or defects to report over the lifetime of the product, then the answer is true. You will always have to report MDRs or AROs. You will always have to report noncompliances or defects that involve radiation safety with a threat to health. And with that, we're nearly done with this presentation. We have shown how radiological or rad health at FDA is comprised of 3 individual laws, and we have looked at how certain radiation-emitting medical devices are also regulated as part of the EPRC program as electronic products. EPRC protects not just the patient from excessive or defective radiation exposures, but also the medical professionals who use these devices and the personnel who manufacture and service these devices. Finally, the EPRC program is the only law that protects the public from non-medical electronic product radiation. Thank you for listening to this presentation. You can always email your questions to our mailbox, RadHealth Customer Service at fda.hhs.gov, which is printed on the slide. I'll be back for the discussion, and now let's take some of your questions.
Thank you, Lowell, for that great presentation. And yes, now let's get into the audience's important questions. And the first question we've already received is, what about the COVID-19 emergency guidance for imaging systems? Is there anything relevant for the EPRC regulations?
Hi, thanks, Elias. For the duration of the COVID-19 public health emergency, which I believe was renewed back in April, the FDA does not intend to object to assemblers of diagnostic X-ray systems from discontinuing the submission of Form 2579, report of assembly of a diagnostic X-ray system, to the FDA. So, however, the FDA expects reports to be submitted to the purchaser, the actual purchaser of the system, and where applicable to the state agency responsible for radiation protection within 15 days following completion of the assembly pursuant to 21 CFR 1020.30.
Okay, great. And our next question, would a handheld electronic instrument which uses an LED for visual examination of patients be regulated as a radiation emitting device?
Yeah, that's a good question, one we get a lot. LEDs, along with any lamp, are emitters of electronic product radiation in the visible part of the spectrum. So I'm assuming here from the question you're saying for visual examination, that we're not talking about ultraviolet, or we're not talking about infrared. At this time, there's no federal performance standard for LEDs, so there would not be a requirement. But they are still electronic products, and conceivably, as we discussed just briefly, the radiation would need to be a biological consequence. It would need to be hazardous somehow, and I would guess that an LED for visual examination, if you're talking about something like a medical doctor would use to check pupil response on your eyes during an exam, something like that would not be something that you'd see under a defect down the road.
Okay, thank you for that answer. So our next question, there was a discussion about 2 years ago that FDA would no longer require new product reports, supplement reports, or annual product reports. This would then remove the requirement for accession numbers. Where does the FDA stand on this topic now, and will this be implemented anytime soon?
Yeah, it's an interesting question. Well, I've been around for longer than 2 years, and I've never heard of this one. Accession numbers are pretty useful, and they're very useful during the imports process. It's how we keep track of submissions. So, again, I haven't heard anything on this, so I really can't comment.
No, thank you for that. And I too, in DIC, we get accession questions all the time, and as you noted, it's something that's very useful for both the agency and others. So I've not heard any discussion about that as well. Okay, so our next question, what is the turnaround time hearing back from the FDA on a variance and ARO on a medical device?
Okay, so these are two different things. Let's talk about AROs, or accidental radiation occurrences, first. You always have a responsibility to report AROs as opposed to the MDRs. You're one or the other. The MDR takes precedence over the ARO, but if there was no injury, you should report the ARO, because if you can imagine, say, an X-ray machine. If you have a problem with the X-ray is coming on when it's not supposed to, that's something that can be reported and should be reported under an ARO. And maybe it just happens once, but if we wind up getting, say, 2 or 3 of these AROs on a particular device, then it starts to look like a problem. So there's not generally a turnaround time in an ARO. It's something you send that report in, and then we deal with it, and we'll contact you if we have any questions. A variance is a little more complicated. A variance has a couple of different parts. There's a public-facing part that gets posted onto the FDA's docket. And then there's the part that involves the product reporting. Very simple variances. We have some fairly stock variances for things like laser light shows and some non-medical devices that don't require a lot of review. We try to turn those around within 30 days. Depends on the complexity of it, though. It may take longer than that.
Great answer, and I liked how you broke that up into the 2 sections to keep it simple to understand the difference between those 2 very different aspects of things. So our next question is relating to accession numbers. Do I have to wait until I receive an acknowledgement letter with my accession number before I can be shipping my products to a customer?
There's 2 different answers for that. If you're shipping from outside the U.S. and you need to go through imports, you will need an accession number to get cleanly through the imports process. So you would want an accession number, and generally the wait on these is fairly slow. I mean, I'm sorry, the wait is, there's not a long wait because these things are done by email now. So you'll receive an email of your accession number, and you can put that on your imports form because it's necessary. You have to disclose it on the imports forms. On the if you're a U.S. manufacturer, basically the instant it is either postmarked if you do it by physical mail, or the instant you send this off by email, the instant you can prove that you've reported it to the FDA, you would be in compliance with the law.
Okay, thank you for that answer. And our next question has to do with performance standards, and there's a couple parts to it. So first, how do I know if an FDA performance standard applies to my product, and what if no FDA performance standard applies? And then secondarily, if it does, where would I find those performance standards?
Okay, that's a good question. So the performance standards are all in 21 CFR subchapter J. I would encourage you to go to the FDA website and hit the radiation emitting electronic products tab and go to some of the sections we have there for industry walkthrough. We have a section that will go through and summarize the regulations. It's a little bit in more readable form than their actual regs, and take a look to see, there's, I don't know, 10 or more on the order of 10 performance standards. And then over time, there's been guidance to allow the substitution of IEC standards for some of these federal performance standards that are in the 21 CFR. Now, what's important to understand about standards with the Rad Health program, standards are not voluntary consensus standards. Radiation standard are regulations. They go through a different process. They're not recognized by the FDA on the recognition page like they are with medical devices. And so basically they have the effect of, in most of the time, they have the effect of law. So it's a completely different process, these federal performance standards for radiation, as opposed to the performance standards that are recognized as voluntary consensus standards for medical devices.
That is very good to know the distinction between those two, because those are big distinctions, and one is being a voluntary aspect of medical devices and medical device standards versus one where it is not a voluntary, it is a requirement under the law. So that is a great clarification of how electronic radiating regulations are an add-on on top of those medical device requirements. So our next question, how do we determine whether the device that I have, my device, falls under the EPRC program? My device is 510K exempt and uses wireless technology.
Yeah, that's another good question. Generally, if you're talking about, things like wireless modems, wireless communication, standard communication devices like Bluetooth or Wi-Fi or something like that, if that's what you mean by wireless and not a 20,000 watt transmitter, which is another version of wireless, right? So if that's your version of wireless, you're going to be reporting that to the FCC. And the FCC has standards for that also, especially for wearable devices, you'll be reporting to them on RF safety aspects. So if it's reportable to the FCC, then it's not something that we're generally interested in.
Okay. And our next question, are imported devices entering the U.S. under an FDA-approved investigational device exemption, or IDE, also exempt from complying with the performance standards under the Radiological Health Program?
Yeah, these are completely separate. The Rad Health regulations, these are completely separate from everything else. And so it doesn't really matter what you're doing on the device side of things. If there's a federal performance standard, you have to comply with the applicable radiation standards. The IDE does not affect the federal performance standards. So medical devices that are also radiation emitting products, so you're going to have to just comply with both of them, and that's really the short answer.
No, thank you, Lowell. And that, again, reinforces that to be mindful that this is a whole nother subset of requirements, or a whole nother set. I wouldn't even say subset. So going to our next question, and it starts off with diagnostic ultrasounds are exempt from ARO, accidental radiation occurrence. Are there any other additional reporting requirements for them?
I would have to get back to you on that because I'm not an ultrasound expert, and I was not even aware that they're exempt from ARO reporting. That sounds a bit new to me.
Nope, good response. I was curious as that as well, as it came in as a statement and not a question with regards to the exemption, and I would not know that as well. Our next question, are variances exempt from disclosure? So you have the Freedom of Information Act or otherwise when marked as confidential. Interesting question.
Yeah, that's a very good question. So there's a lot of moving parts on a variance. There's the publicly disclosed part that goes onto the docket, the FDA docket. And that's the part that says, hi, I'm company X. We make a thing. That thing can't comply with section whatever of 21 CFR, blah, blah, blah. Now, and then you're going to basically list the variance conditions, and you're petitioning FDA for a variance because it can't possibly meet the federal performance standard. And then you've got some alternate program of compliance that's equivalent to what's in the performance standard. So that part of it is obviously public and has to be public. The other part of it, the technical part, is submitted as a radiation product report just like a regular radiation emitting product report, to us. It goes into the CTS system and is held along with everything else, and that is not disclosable. That is protected by law as proprietary information, and we don't disclose that. So even under a FOIA, you'll generally get just hide the name of the company, the address, maybe the name of the product, and that's about it. But you'd have to actually do the FOIA to see what you get. So the thing to be careful of is there's a lot of submissions. So don't put the part that you need, the part that's private goes into the radiation safety product report that never comes out. Don't put that part into the variance application, which gets posted onto the public docket. That will be a big mistake.
Okay, thank you. And that is our last question for this session. And with that, I'm going to turn it back over to you, Lowell, for your final thoughts.
Yeah, okay, thanks, Elias. So my call to action would be just make sure that you check CDRH Learn and the FDA Radiation Emitting Products tab on the FDA website, just to make sure that, if these regulations apply to your firm's product, check for any applicable performance standards and guidances that may exist. And finally, electronic products is a post-market program. It's not a gatekeeping program like 510K clearances. Ignorance of performance standards can lead to noncompliance by design, which can lead to a very expensive corrective action program down the road. Thanks.
Thank you, Lowell. And with that, it wraps up our program for today. And thank everyone here in the audience for your valuable time. And then please join us again tomorrow as we continue with the medical devices track. We'll be starting off in the morning, and we're going to be covering quite a few quality system topics and remote regulatory assessments. So please join us again tomorrow. This was a great program today. I hope you all found it very useful and valuable, as I did. And please tune in and join us again for tomorrow. So with that, thank you and have a good day.